You know, I'm very interested to hear this topic, so I'm sure all of you are very interested. I'm made to understand that we've hit, I think, over 235 mark of people that are participating, that are with us today. We welcome everybody, reach out as much as possible and invite everybody to come on board. We are happy to be with you here today. Now, Ms. Mantati Makumbila, you know, is with Liberty. She's holds a portfolio of organizational effectiveness, and she's a divisional executive human capital. Now, organizational effectiveness, others say organizational efficiency, others call it organizational performance. It doesn't matter what you call it. I think at the end of the day, it's about the effectiveness and the performance of the organization. And I think behind it, which is what you're going to talk to, is people. Again, Tatengema said, we're leading people, we're managing people. So how do we ensure that we learn whatever lessons we take away since this pandemic has started to live and coexist and co-live with us, and how does that impact how we then recruit? What are the gates that have opened for us to start tapping into? And what are those gates that we need to say, maybe this one we need to close? And I welcome Ms. Makumbila onto the stage. She's a seasoned organizational effectiveness leader with more than 16 years of experience. She has in-depth skills in organizational change management. There's change management again. Talent and performance management. There's talent and performance management again. Process redesign, ERP implementation, enterprise resource planning implementation for large multinational organizations in South Africa, on the continent and internationally. Currently, she serves as a divisional executive human capital, as I've said earlier, on organizational effectiveness at Liberty. Welcome, Ausman Tati. We are very interested and excited to hear from you as you speak to us about this topic. Thank you.
I don't know is this on? Can you hear me? Thank you. The green part. Okay. Thank you so much. Truly feel honored to actually be here this morning and be seen as an individual that can contribute to how we try and make our local governments actually operate and become efficient. And I like what you said. Org effectiveness is org effectiveness. It doesn't matter how you look at it. How I explain it is, the outcome of it is the employee experience. So if you can't tap into the employee experience, you are not actually creating any efficiencies or effectiveness within the organization. I'm going to try keep my section very short. Unfortunately, you would notice that people that have a background of change management, we love speaking. That's what we do on a daily basis. So you can actually see the passion as it comes out. That's what makes us tick every day. I think just out of protocol, something I'm not used to, I thought it was quite important, to say thank you to Mr. Xolile George, who I believe is in the audience, and Councillor Xoli Phakathi. And I think most importantly, the 200 people out there, the colleagues that are sitting there and actually watching this and wanting to learn. And I think as I move on, one of the things that I want to say is there actually is no difference between what happens in government and what happens in private practices. People are people. Talent is talent. It doesn't matter how you look at it. It really is about how do you manage that talent and what do you do with that talent once it actually enters, or it's a prospective talent for your organization. A couple of things that I'm going to touch on. Just a bit of context that I'll give. I'm going to talk about some of the principles that, despite what we are at the moment, despite COVID, despite the fourth industrial revolution, there are some core principles that I believe in talent management, they remain basic. And I'm going to try and unpack what that means. I'm going to touch on what we mean by change is the only constant. I think that's a very cliched word, but you'll understand. And I think based on what you've just said, post your engagement, Tebogo, is that we can't do without it. What change used to look like 10 years ago, where it happened in waves of 5 years, in waves of today, the click of a button, there's change. It's how do we keep up? And what does that mean for organizations within the talent space? I'll then talk to the core of what I was asked to come speak about, which is, the talent attraction in this virtual world. And I've got a question in there as well that I'd like to also pose and just let it simmer and let's think about it while we're thinking about operating in this virtual world. And how do we also retain that talent? So just a bit of context. So the virtual world, which is supported by technology innovation and whose adoption is accelerated by the current pandemic, introduces opportunities of diversity and diversity in different forms. And this diversity really talks to how we operate our organizations today. And the current global change enforces the implementation and adjustment of organizations' operating model to support those new ways of working. And I want to pause there for a bit. You cannot talk about new ways of working or talk about virtual way of working if you have not looked at how your operating model looks like. And for you to look at your operating model, you need to look at how your strategy is packaged, because your operating model needs to be able to enable the strategy, and how people are and functions are catered for will then speak to that operating model. So for me, we cannot do what we used to do. The operating model cannot be the way it used to be last year, March. If you have not looked at it, you're really trying to operate in an environment that you don't have the right foundation or the right conducive environment that's going to help you do that. So I think for me, if you haven't looked at it, I'm going to encourage that, look at it. And it's about not drastic changes. And sometimes it's really just about reviewing it. And you find that maybe your operating model was futuristic when you actually put it together. But for me, is go back and look at it. Ask yourself if this is going to be responsive in the next 2 years, 3 years. And I think we're not even talking about beyond 3 years these days, because, like we said, change happens so quickly. And then the relevance and flexibility of your employee value proposition. And I'm going to unpack that in the topics below. This will largely affect the successful attraction and retention of your talent in this rapid changing world. Organizations should invest, and again, it's not in the old ERP systems that we know, but in the relevant tools and systems. Why I'm saying relevant is that look at what relevant means for you as an organization. Gone are the days where we felt that every organization should be implementing SAP. Gone are the days where we all needed to implement Oracle. Or look at tools that are applicable and that are going to serve you for what you're trying to deliver. And I think that's why I'll keep hopping on the strategy. If you don't understand and you haven't unpacked it and you don't have a clarified strategy, it becomes difficult to understand what type of relevant tools and systems that you need to put in place to be able to support your talent management strategy or even the value chain. And I kid you not, if you do that, you'll actually start seeing it in the employee experience. It starts playing itself out. Now, when I talk about, there are certain principles that will remain the same. I'm going to try and unpack this. It might look complex, but it's actually not complex. So for organizations, there's two parts that organizations have to always look at. It's what we do internally and what we have control of, but what we do externally that we have control of and areas that we don't have control of but can influence. The internal part, there are some things that have remained the same. So we still talk about, for me, when you look at your talent, there are areas or moments that matter in an employee's journey within the organizations. How you attract me and hire me is quite important. And I'll talk about how that influences the external. Get me started. Don't bring me into your organization excited that I'm starting, and then I have to sit 3 weeks without having the operating tools. So get me started right, let me become productive from day one. Develop me. Manage my performance. But remember, we're not talking performance as it was known, where it was a punitive tool. How you manage my performance is, how do you develop me and ensure that I'm able to perform in the work that I need to do, but also start stretching myself for the possible opportunities that are coming ahead. This is for me very critical if you're going to talk about employee experience. Engage and motivate me. And I think you touched on it, Tebo. If my work is not meaningful, I cannot be motivated in doing what I need to do, whether I'm in the office or I'm working virtually. And worst of all, working virtually, if I'm not motivated to do what I'm going to go sleep. It's the easiest thing to do. I'll log on. I know that every hour, maybe you've got tools that are tracking. I'll log on and you're going to see it as if I'm being busy. But if you motivate me and I enjoy what I'm doing, I am going to make sure that I deliver what is required. If you're not going to recognize me, then why am I here? Unfortunately, we are now we are in a space where we've got multiple generations within organizations with different needs. You've got those that are loyal. You have those that are saying, motivate me, keep me busy, keep me entertained, grow me. If you're not, I'm going to leave. And you've got those that are saying, okay, what's in it for me? How do you cater for all those and make sure that the recognition for all those different types of employees are catered for fully? And then wish me well, something that we neglect as organizations. A person resigns and they are treated like an enemy in the organization. You quickly forget about the contributions that they've had. Let me tell you, if you neglect that part, you have literally damaged your own employee brand. So as an employer, you have lost the opportunity to create an alumni. You have lost an opportunity to create an ambassador. You have lost an opportunity for somebody while sitting around a braai, when the name of your organization comes up, they can say, a very good organization to join. So that piece, I really encourage that colleagues out there can look at that and say, what do we do and what have we done that has impacted negatively on our brand that we need to do better? The external part is, which touches to wish me well, is leavers. Leavers need to part well and in turn become the promoters of your culture. Remember, culture is one of those things that are not tangible. It's an innate feeling. It's a thing that I can't explain it, but I know it feels good. And if people leave and they're unable to still experience that, you have actually let down the organization. The culture of the organization, practice it well. Do it in such a way that it actually intensifies your brand and the loyalty of your current employees, but also of those that have exited. And then obviously the employee experience, which is how do you manage it well, and actually create talent scouts out there. And I think you touched beautifully on it, because talent scouts are not just people that are in recruitment, but it's everybody within the organization. Those are the people that will bring you the best people. And if we get this right, this is nothing new, we have been doing this. But I think it's about how do we revisit it and make sure that it becomes relevant to what we're doing today. You'll be able to have prospective talent that is actively seeking available opportunities to come work in local government or in any organization. If you miss all that, you then have people that say, no, well, but nobody works in that organization, I don't want to be part of it. Or actually, you know what, I've been working so hard for a couple of years, I'd like to just chill a bit, so maybe let me take this job and know that I'm not doing anything. You don't want the type of talent that comes in. When we're talking about the only constant is change, I just want to, and I'm not going to dwell a lot on this, but I just thought it was important to realize that the pandemic is nothing new. The industrial revolution, the fourth industrial revolution that we find ourselves in, it's actually nothing new. We've gone through all those three phases. We've gone through times where there was water power and steam power that were being introduced. We went through mass production and assembly line and electricity being brought, personal computers and automation. I still remember how we moved from the big machines to now using small gadgets. And then now we're talking about cyber, physical systems and global pandemic, and then hit by the global pandemic. When you actually look at all those things, there are common characteristics that have remained the same. And what I'm trying to say with the slide is how you plan for your future. Don't neglect those things. All of them, if you look at them, there was either innovation that kicked in or a crisis. And then that created an impact, whether it was a negative impact or positive impact, depending on where you're sitting. And then that on its own introduces a period of temporary job losses or less jobs that are required as organizations are trying to figure out what they need to be doing. And then it then starts bringing in new jobs. So it starts saying, you know, repurpose ourselves, let's find what are the right skills, what are those skills that we need to look out for. And then organizations either they start rescaling in order to be able to retain. So change is the only constant as history dictates. And if you look at those timelines, that actually talks to that. An organization need to anticipate change, plan for it, effectively communicate the change, and make sure that you adopt it. I'm not going to go through all these things. I'm sure you guys, I hope that the packs will be shared. But I think when you're talking about attraction in the virtual world, there are 3 or 4 key characteristics that I picked out. Online presence. Guys, websites are no longer secluded. For just visions and missions, and those are now, every time when I hear about an organization, the first thing I do is I look for their website. I want to see what they're all about. I want to see what do they do in the community? What is their presence in the community? What is that value proposition that I'm going to get from this organization? So look at your websites as well. Are they speaking to the potential candidate that's sitting out there looking for opportunities in your organization? Social media is no longer reserved just for entertainment purposes. So these days, LinkedIn is the best tool to go in. You know, if you're not on LinkedIn, ask yourselves why. If you're not on Facebook, ask yourselves why. That's where you're going to be able to attract the right talent in this virtual world that we live in. The value proposition of employees is also quite important. The one size fits all concept is gone. We're dealing with people on a holistic level. And I like the topic or the discussion around employee well-being, because what that said to me was, you are starting to think in the right direction. When we talk about people, we're talking holistically. It's not about Mantati and what Mantati can deliver, but it's about Mantati and holistically being able to physically, mentally, emotionally, psychologically be able to deliver what is required. So your value proposition is quite important. There must be flexibility in it to accommodate individual talent preferences. We are now in a space where we're talking about hybrid models, where we have realized and we lived it that it is possible to actually work remotely. But from a connection point of view, there are employees that are saying, I would still like to have a connection with my colleagues. So you need to look at that. You need to look at how do you then create a preference for somebody who wants to work hybrid, for somebody who wants to be in the office, and for somebody who wants to be at home full time. They are all going to be able to deliver. If your value proposition is not speaking to that, you're either going to lose a lot of good talent, or you're not going to be able to attract good talent. Employee engagement is also, for me, quite critical when you're talking about recruitment. So for me, this is really about how do you create online talent scouts. And those online talent scouts are people within the organization. Rightfully so. Talent is not owned by human capital. It's owned by line managers. If line managers are not au fait with virtual tools, with online tools, you're going to have a problem. So you need to also make sure that already you are gearing your organization to be able to operate in that space. And then I think for me, your offer of high-touch, personalized recruitment is quite important. But that said, we speak a lot about virtual. We need to be practical. We need to bring it home. As much as the majority of us who have been in the work environment are inclined to technology and have the ability to connect virtually through different tools, we still have a cohort of people who are not able to connect virtually. And that's what I mean by we need to be very careful. In our quest to include, we should not unconsciously exclude. So don't find yourselves having morphed drastically to one side where all you do is virtual recruitment. There's a talent pool that you're going to miss. Because let's be practical. In South Africa, we still have a lot of people that data is a problem. They probably don't know what LinkedIn is all about. They're still struggling with even just getting a phone, you know, and we're asking them to have virtual interviews. You are going to be exclusive. So it's important that we we remember with that piece when we're doing a recruitment in a virtual world. From its retention point of view, process and technology, very important. I think at every point of the talent value chain, make sure that you streamline and integrate your processes, and make sure those processes are supported by your relevant tools. You can't do without the right tools. Review and eliminate any red tapes. If you ask me, a lot of people, if you ask them anything about government, they'll tell you about red tapes. Review those. And when I talk about, when I'm asking there is, please look at things like your Z83. You know, are they still serving a purpose today? You know, are they really, you know, you're talking about people that are continuously on digital. Being on digital is, I need to be able to get into that organization, fill in whatever I need to do as quickly as possible and move on. I don't have time to fill in a Z83 form and still make it posted and still, so look at how you operate and how you're going to be purposeful and relevant in that virtual world. But also, it's not about the people outside. Talent starts from internal. I always caution organizations to say, when you're talking talent, don't always think about buying. You have people that are already internal were brought in because they had a particular skill. Do something about it. It's an opportunity to be able to upskill internal talent to become relevant. So you just going to buy is not the solution. For me, skills development, another key part. People need to own their own career. It means that their development is a personal thing, but organizations have a responsibility to enable that. And they need to create an environment that is conducive for that. So for me, issues of reskilling efforts need to meet the demands that come with the new work landscape. So if you have not identified what are those new jobs that you require, how are you even going to talk about reskilling? And that, again, goes to your operating model, which then talks to your strategy. Because how you package the flow of work needs to be in order to deliver on a strategy. But if you don't have those building blocks, how are you going to reskill? And why are we even talking about reskilling? The last part is resilience through engagement. For me, engaged and support meaningfully. Show people that their contribution is valued. I have been with an organization or with you as my employer for 3-5 years. Show me that my contribution is valuable, so that I can become an agent of change for the organization, so that I can also help in mitigating the resistance of change. Remember, change is not just about somebody saying that I need to, you know, they are resisting. But we might all be resisting in different ways. So let me become an ambassador and a change agent for you guys. Make sure that the culture and the holistic employee well-being, so you can see that the themes are always there, should be prioritized in order to foster a sense of belonging. The only thing that has become, when we look at the importance of skills, that has become really, really critical now, is connecting. How we connect with people. So everything else is still important, but because of the pandemic, we have lost the sense of connection. And that has become one of the key things that we started to see emerge, where people are saying, I want to belong. So be an organization that I can belong in so that you can retain me. And then lastly, just make sure that you keep employees informed and engaged, and then you'll have a very well-oiled organization. Now, there's a lot of work that needs to be done to get all these things. When you speak about them, it sounds very simple, but there's really deliberate ways that one needs to actually engage in these things. And I'll leave you with a comment that I like from Jimmy Dean that says, I can't change the direction of the wind, but I can adjust my sails to always reach my destination. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mantati. That was awesome. You touch on a lot of things that our previous speakers also touched in, and I like that integrated coming through. You know, I'll keep on referencing you on integrated, because even the speakers, as they talk to us today, they're showing that integrated thinking, integrated experience. And it's good that all of us should be at that space because it means the movement is towards the right direction. And that's what we are encouraged about. So just a couple of themes, Mantati. And I liked what you're sharing with us around diversity. Because a lot of the time when we say diversity, we're thinking, oh, we're talking employment equity. You know, the diversity in our operations. This is an opportunity for us to be diverse in how we operate. Because once you're able to be diverse, fundamentally the operations, then it's easy to talk to the other diversity. You know, but once you're not diverse in your operations and you want to bring diversity to work
There's nowhere.
Thank you very much. So that connection, there's another conversation for us, for our employment equity colleagues and our change colleagues to engage on and prepare the organization for these kind of changes that we need to embark on. The operating model, that thing, you know. I have a strategy. Okay, how is it going to work? You know, oh, I need a structure. Okay, what is the structure enabling?
Exactly.
The operating model is very important. Goes back to priorities, Abu Tebogo. What are your priorities? Because your priorities are informed and can be delivered by that operating model. This is how we deliver on the priorities. They could come from a strategy or there could be actions, as you were talking in local government, as you were indicating. So that thing is very important. And you're right, it could be that it hasn't changed, but review it nonetheless. Review your recruitment processes as well. Look at them, you know. The idea about growth is not going and sitting behind a desk and the idea is about looking at what you do and how you can improve it. That's growth right there, you know? So let's challenge ourselves and grow in there. You talked about EVP. Yeah, you know? It's not rigid. Because your operations are diverse, the talent cannot be rigid. So what you attract and how you attract them also needs to be diverse.
Exactly.
And you need, it's not one head fits all, you use that term. Lele is different from Aus Mantati, different from Abu Tebogo, different from Babungema, you know. So how do you leverage that talent whilst celebrating the core EVP of the organization, but bringing in that diversity to work on it? So there's a lot of lessons that Aus Mantati has shared with us, and let's take them forward. She talked particularly about scouts, ambassadors, alumni. I mean, in local government, we've got a lot of internship programs. We've got a lot of graduate programs. We've got what we call expanded public works program, where we take community people who are unemployed and we bring them on board our operations. That is a talent pool, Abu Tebogo, that you were talking about. That's the scouts and the ambassadors that you're talking about. That how do we then, you know, sort of nurture that talent pool and then let take it forward, you know, let's move with it and let them become the pool where we tap in for talent, and then they become those natural and organic ambassadors for us. So thank you very much for sharing that. She mentioned an example of reviewing processes. She talked about the Z83. Let's ask ourselves that question, you know. People practitioners, let's engage business. What is the purpose? What was the purpose of the Z83? Is it still fulfilling that purpose? That's part of growth right there. And that's part of saying, what then do we take forward about the Z83? Or what don't we take forward and about the Z83? So those are all the key themes that are then summarized by you saying, the employee that we find now in this pandemic is the one that knows what they want.
Exactly.
Hence, the EVP must be flexible, not rigid, but also they own their careers now. You know, they tell us, they say, I don't want to come and work in your offices. I want to work from Belgium, but I can do this for you. I mean, they are data analysts. Why do you want to bring them to the office?
Exactly.
You know, so those are the kind of lessons that you're sharing with us. So thank you so much. I encourage you to continue to ask questions. Aus Mantati will stay with us the whole day. She's not going anywhere. And when we do get those opportunities, we will then be able to go into your questions and engage your questions. So thank you, Aus Mantati.
Thank you so
Please
much.
have a seat.
Thank you so
We will
much.
continue to engage with you the whole day. Now, this leads me to the next parts of the program as I reach out for my technology. I would like to welcome on stage, please appreciate that I indicated at the top of the program that we are also living the new way of living. The conference is being delivered in a hybrid model. You know, some of our speakers are virtual and some are here. And we are talking and engaging with all virtual people across South Africa in all different municipalities. So I'd like to welcome the following gentlemen. I'll tell you a bit about them, and as I mention one and talk about them, if they can just come up and engage with us and come and join us on the stage. Firstly, the panel discussion we're going to go into now goes into an in-depth discussion around how we build a resilient employee in local government. And beyond that, how do we then leverage or learn, identify opportunities and threats as we do this in local government? So the facilitator for our panel discussion is Mr. Nkosinathi Mthethwa. Mr. Nkosinathi Mthethwa is in specialized services and project management. He's a portfolio head for our South African Local Government Association. Mr. Mthethwa, I would appreciate it if you can come onto the stage and join us. Mr. Mthethwa has an exceptional career spanning 25 years in public service with more than 18 years at management level. He started his career in local government in 1996. From 2001 to 2005, he served as the Regional Director for Urban and Rural Development in Department of COGTA, KwaZulu-Natal. Between 2005 to 2020, Mr. Mthethwa worked for 3 different cities occupying various management positions. He was in the city of Ekurhuleni as a divisional head for urban management and functional partnerships. He was in the COJ, City of Joburg, as group head for citizen relationship and urban management. And he was at the city of Umhlathuze as chief operations officer and acting municipal manager. Currently, as I indicated earlier on, he works for SALGA. So welcome, sir. Thank you very much for joining us. Next on the stage, I'd like to welcome Professor Mpilo Ngubane. Professor Mpilo Ngubane works for ILGM. He is the executive director of CIFAL Durban, chief learning officer of eThekwini Municipal Academy, and adjunct professor of research at UNISA School of Business, SBL. He is a seasoned local government expert, consultant, researcher, writer, analyst, and facilitator in the local government sector. He has 21 years of local government experience, 8 years of which he served as a municipal manager. He's currently serving as the chairman of the Institute for Local Government Managers Research and Professionalization Committee and serving on its National Executive Committee. He has served in several structures, boards and professional bodies, and is currently at the board member of the Capacity Building Institute of the United Cities in Local Government, UCLGA. He's also a registered professional executive coach. Welcome, Babu Ngubane. Our next, and they might be joining us virtually, is Ms. Sitseho Abrams. She's a board member at IMSA. She's a senior manager corporate support services at Dr. Kenneth Kaunda District Municipality, where she has devoted 18 years of her 24 years of experience. Welcome, ma'am. We're glad that you could join us onto the stage. Since she joined the municipalities in 1997, she worked in 2 local municipalities in the Free State, in corporate services department as a language practitioner. She, however, acted in the director position a number of times, of which the longest was from 2010 to 2014. As the senior manager corporate services, she's responsible for human resources management, facilities management, administration and records management, legal services, and information and communication technology. She is currently pursuing a PhD in business administration with her research focusing on information and records management. Thank you. And a due time for us to actually be engaging that kind of document and that kind of thesis with this. Mr. Martin Lewis is another panelist. He's Chief Executive Officer at SACPLN, South African, I'm trying to find it here, I'll tell you now. Yeah, he's got a lot of professional heads. South African Council of Planners, as we plan. Welcome, Mr. Lewis. He holds a bachelor's and master's degree in town and regional planning, critical skill. In local government, we all know that only in local government we find that, nowhere else. From Pretoria, he's currently the Chief Executive Officer of South African Council of Planners, I've indicated. He was chairperson of the local organizing committee of the very successful 2016 ISO Cup conference, held in Durban, South Africa, and the chairperson of the Professional Planner. As a chartered planner with RTPI, he served as head of department, town and regional planning at the University of Johannesburg. He was part of an international team that developed the Quinary career development model. Other areas of research include land use management, a big topic in local government currently. We welcome you. Spatial planning, another big one that drives all the change that must happen at local government. And property development, there's another one as well. Recent publications include 2 chapters as the joint author in Routledge Handbook of Urban Planning in Africa. Welcome onto our stage, Mr. Martin Lewis. Thank you so much. Next, we have Dr. AJ Jivan, Combined Assurance Head at SABPP, People Practices. He's joining us onto the stage now. He's an experienced senior manager in human capital management with board and policy level experience. His core purpose is the creation of value and sustainable talent leadership in organizations. He presently is the head of research and assurance at the South African Board of People Practices. He previously held diverse roles in public, education, and non-profit sectors. These include management, consulting, research and development, and academic positions. He has also undertaken various engagements in private sector. He has specialist experience in talent assessment and development and was previously elected as board member of the Assessment Center Study Group. And lastly, we have Ms. Natasha Supal. She's coming through to join us onto the stage. Welcome, Ms. Supal. She is public sector and enabling competence senior executive at SAICA. Natasha joined SAICA in 2017 and is responsible for the portfolio's public sector and enabling competencies. She is responsible for developing thought leadership, technical updates, technical resources, and technical support for members in public sector. Her focus is also on advocacy, capacity building, and supporting the professionalization agenda in the public sector. Prior to this position, Natasha was project director, public sector at SAICA, a CFO at a public entity, and an audit manager at Auditor General of South Africa, AXA. Welcome to the conference panel. You are going to be ably and confidently led by Mr. Nkosinathi Mthethwa as we engage this discussion around building resilient employees. We've heard a lot about what resilience is. There's a couple of cities, I think amongst some of them is City of eThekwini, who have documented a resilience strategy. City of Cape Town is amongst those that have a documented resilience strategy. And so how then do we then unpack these kind of things to the extent that we say, what is a resilient employee? What is resilient talent? And so at local government, how then do we identify the threats that could impede us building such talent in the system? And what are also the opportunities that we see that we can then put together and build this system so that it's shock-proof as we go into the future? I hand over to you, Mr. Nkosinathi Mthethwa. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Am I audible? Okay. No, thank you very much, Lele, for the introductions. And we're going to focus mainly on talent, and as well as how, in terms of talent management, municipalities can benefit from talent mobility. And we've been given this very interesting topic because of the changes that you're experiencing in the world and in the country, and those changes are also affecting municipalities. We've got leaders of different professional organizations who have joined us, and we want to view this increased talent mobility and benefits for the municipalities or for local government through their lenses as well, because they interface with local government almost on a daily basis. And some of their members are also professionals in the local government space. And for us, what is important is also to zoom into this concept of how to professionalize local government. So the previous speakers really, they have given us some sort of a helicopter view when it comes to talent management. But we want to land the helicopter now and focus mainly on the local government environment, and also deal with potential impediments and how do we creatively remove those impediments to accessing talent mobility. So the approach that we are going to adopt because of time is to give each panel member 3 to 5 minutes so that they can share their thought process using their own experiences and also focusing also on their own organization and how they view this interaction between professionals and the sector moving forward. Now, there's this thinking that there's going to be post-COVID-19, and the question is what happens if there's no post-COVID-19, when we have to have much more dynamic and agile institutions that are going to respond to the challenges of the now, because sometimes we have long-term strategies, but unfortunately COVID-19 has expedited change, and we need to start to build those building blocks now and effect change as we go along. So we want to be as practical as possible in our deliberations so that we can raise some of these fundamental issues that are impacting negatively when it comes to local government, but see how we can continuously drive for this systematic change that is going to ensure that we harness talent, we attract talent, but how do we create a conducive environment to even grow talent? And I think one of the speakers here spoke about the importance of growing internal talent and appreciating that you can grow talent from within the organization. I always make an example of the recent retired, the CEO of Telkom. The board announced his retirement a few months ago, but he's going to retire at the end of June next year. Already there is somebody who has been assigned to become the CEO and is learning and working with the current CEO as part of the exit plan. But what is preventing local government from having a similar system? And I think it is important that we also unpack that. So what I will do, I will start with Professor Ngubane to really share with us his thinking around talent mobility and really take a deep dive in terms of some of the complexities that we practically experience in local government, but also zoom into the opportunities that are there for local government, because at the end of the day, our quest is to make local government an employer of choice. Whether are we getting there, and what is it that is becoming a Berlin Wall for us to be able to attract the right talent, attract the right professionals, and make sure that they play their role in transforming a local government as a sector. So I'll give Dr. Mpilo an opportunity to address us and share with us his own perspective on how, even through the lenses of ILGM as well, because one of his responsibilities is also to work on the professionalization project, which is driven by the Minister of Public Administration. And we want to know that it's not just a nice project that is going to die now that the minister has been reallocated to another department. But I think that is going to assist us to contextualize our deliberations. We will also then take questions and contributions from those who are joining us online so that we can further enrich our deliberations. So over to you, Dr. Ngubane.
Thank you, Nati, for that introduction. I will be talking much from the perspective of the ILGM, which is the Institute of Local Government Management. But I'm also employed in a city, eThekwini, and I happen to have been through thick and thin in terms of local government experiences. There was a question around resilience, and sometimes we do feel that even most of the resilient people in local government at some point find it very difficult to continue to work in local government. Maybe some of the examples in the House will be Ukayangema. I would have rated him as one of the best city managers in local government, but he had to leave local government because of some challenges. But coming back to the topic of the day, we are talking about talent mobility. Firstly, maybe this other side, the academic side of me, is saying I need to define talent. What do we mean by talent? The general definition is that if you have a talent, you are possessing that unusual innate ability to do something. And you have that inner quality which comes out naturally and effortlessly. And if you compare that with skill, the skill is defined as an acquisition of a particular practice that will make you perfect in a particular activity. Those of you who like soccer can get this example very easy to understand. Messi is talent, and Ronaldo is skill. I don't want to get into the details of that, but that's the differentiation between the two. But basically, you have talent being innate, and you have a person coming with it into the municipality. But my worry is that we even acknowledge skills more than talent in municipalities. For example, we have scarce skills allowances. I've never heard of a talent management allowance or a talent allowance or scarce talent allowance. But both of them are very important. But the question then is, do we have talent in local authorities? The answer is yes, we do. But how do we manage the talent? But then we do have some of the things that I always call pillars of talent mobility. One of those, I won't get into the details as to all of them, but one of those would be career development. If you want your employees to excel in what they are doing, you need to develop them. They need to love what they do, but where do they get love? From the knowledge that they acquire on a daily basis. Help them to learn to be better employees. But obviously, talent mobility will also have barriers, especially in local government. All of you will agree with me that politics is one of the barriers in terms of talent mobility. Just to simplify it, you may have, in the appointment of a municipal manager, 3 best candidates being in the interview, but at the end of the day, you will find that council will say, no, we didn't get the right candidate. Why? Because no one was politically aligned in that particular list of candidates. It does happen. But also culture that we have in municipalities. Unfortunately, for a long time, municipalities have been viewed as organizations that are imbued with incompetence, inability to do work, laziness, and all of those. And obviously, people who have talent cannot be associated with those characteristics. So a person who has talent comes into a municipality and is imbued in culture of laziness. That person is not going to last long in that municipality. He's going to leave. And lastly, because we are talking about pandemic, I also wanted to tap on the recent survey that was done by the World Economic Forum around the perceptions of employees around virtual work. This survey found out that 66% of employees globally want flexible work, even beyond COVID-19. Like Nati was talking about post-COVID. So 66% indicates that the majority of our employees will still want to maintain virtuality in their work, even if COVID is no longer there. And this one is very interesting. 33% indicated that they will quit if their bosses force them to come back to work. So almost a third will leave their jobs if you force them to come back to work on a full-time basis. And also this survey indicates that 29 nations that were surveyed, almost all of them indicated that they can cope better when they are working from home. But then, what could be recommended for especially our bosses? Because in this survey, they were also asked the question about how they feel about the whole thing, the virtual work. And some of them were not very happy because you'll know, I'm sorry there are bosses around in the room, but some of the bosses who just want to feel that authority walking in the corridors, being a boss, and they can see people running around. Then they maintain authority. So many of them were not happy about this. And the recommendation was then that attitude needs to change when it comes to virtual work. There is a problem with distrust of employees to say, if employees are working from home, we cannot trust that they are really doing their work. But I always argue, if you have your right performance management system in place, why would you worry? There is also adaptation, which is a concept that needs to be applied, especially in 4IR. You will know that adaptation is the most important pillar of success in embracing 4IR. So our leadership as well will need to adapt to new changes that are brought in by this pandemic. But also because we are talking local government, and I think there's a lot of policy shift that needs to happen in local government, which will enable the embracing of these new dynamics. For example, what we are talking about today, which is talent mobility and also virtual work. I fully agree with a notion that in future, we will even employ a person who is in London on full-time basis to do the work of the municipality, but you don't need to see that person. You can employ that person. Like we're talking about data analysts. Why would you want that person in your office? Because all that he can do is something that can be done miles away from the office. So adaptation is going to be important when we want to embrace talent mobility. And we should be in that mindset that says people can work from anywhere, and also we can get talent from anywhere in the world. And as local government, we should also come on board in terms of embracing those new concepts. Thank you, Nati, for, I hope I did keep within the time allocated. But if ever there's any other question, I will come back. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much, Dr. Ngubane. I'm not too sure whether we all agree about Messi and Ronaldo issue, but I think we can discuss this outside this session. But I think you've covered quite a number of key issues. But I think the question that we need to ask continuously is whether local government is ready for these drastic changes and the kind of adaptation that you are proposing, whereby somebody can be employed by eThekwini but live permanently in Johannesburg, because traditionally, if I'm employed by eThekwini, I need to be there. If I don't stay at eThekwini, I must commute every day. So those are some of the things that we need to deliberate on and try to find solutions, practical solutions, so that as we live here, we can start to implement those solutions moving forward. Ms. Abrams, from your own perspective, what is your understanding of increased talent mobility? I think Dr. Ngubane has tried to demystify this concept and through your own lenses as the institute. But maybe in framing your deposition, if you could also think about brand local government at this point in time. What is this brand? Is it an appealing brand? Is it a dying brand? Is it a brand that is frustrating the people? But in your own view, from the Institute's perspective, what is this brand? What does it mean to communities? But what does it mean to professionals as well?
Thank you so much, Mr. Mteto Nati. From my perspective, the local government brand is not appealing to a lot of people out there. We have seen over a number of years the many challenges that we have experienced with regard to service delivery. Our municipalities not being able to deliver the services to the people, and the brand has also been tainted by a lot of corruption that has been reported in media, and also the notion, I think Professor spoke about, that people have got this perception that in local government, we don't have people who are educated, people who are talented, and people who can provide the services that are needed. Therefore, that is why I'm saying our brand, our local government brand, is not really appealing to the people out there. However, I believe, and I'm also convinced, that we can change the situation around. And why am I saying that? You know, over the years, we have been so comfortable in local government. We have relaxed. We shied away from change a lot. We resisted change, especially when change comes from outside. We would want to block and build barriers that brings change into our space, because we've been so comfortable with how things have been happening. However, with the dawn of COVID-19 pandemic, I have realized from my own experience where I come from that there is a lot of potential in local government. We just have to unleash that potential and talent, as well as skills and expertise. People are ready. People are ready to change and adapt. People are ready to come up with new ideas and be innovative in the space that we are in. People are also hungry to see this space becoming a brand or a desired brand, even for professionals out there. I have noticed how quickly some of our municipalities were able to change and adapt and provide the necessary support that was needed during the dawn of COVID-19 pandemic, and also how employees were also eager to jump on board and to contribute with whatever skills and talents they are possessing at the moment. Now, there is not enough space, if I may put it that way, for people to move around within our municipalities in terms of different roles, you know, moving from one role to another, because the role interests you or you want to develop your career in that specific direction, or moving from one department to another. I think the main impediment to talent mobility is the culture. The culture in our space is not agile enough, and it's not accommodating. And that also is being brought by us and them. We exist in that space where we have us as officials and them as politicians, as if we belong to a different organization. We are not focusing on the same goal. The mobility of employees within our space is not directed by policy, which has to come from the political side. Many a times when we bring the issues of HR that are supposed to be benefiting the employees in order to benefit the institutions, you get resistance from the politicians. Yes. Sorry about that. if we can find a common ground, all of us from the different sides, and we come together and we look at talent mobility as a way of benefiting both employees as well as the organization, meaning you look at it from an organizational perspective where you say the municipality needs to create a conducive environment that is going to recognize as well as develop the existing skills and also enabling the employees to acquire new skills. And also an organization or organizational culture that is going to embrace the changes that are required by employees for them to can grow in the organization and beyond the organization itself. And from the side of the employees, it is an individual mission at the end of the day. I must be able to understand myself. I must be able to know what I want, what are my interests, what are my aspirations while working for this particular institution. Am I in the right space? Am I in the right institution in the first place? And if I understand that and I agree with myself that I'm at the right place, this is where I want to be. Now, with the talents that I have and the skills that I possess, how am I going to ensure that I also participate in my own mobility process, plan my own career path as an individual that will also fit very nicely into what the organization itself is willing to create and to give to me in the process of me becoming best for the institution at the end of the day. Thank you, Mr.
No, thank you very much. I think our time is very, very bad, and the timekeeper, I know, she's very strict. Mr. Lewis, what is emerging from what Ms. Abrams has said is the issue of change and being able to adapt and innovate and creating new skills, but at the same time have some sort of political clarity as to what is the requirements from a political point of view to create a conducive environment for talent mobility. What is your take on some of these issues?
Okay. Thank you very much. And sorry, am I audible? Hello? Thank you very much for that. I think the one thing that COVID made us all realize is that we need to rethink the way that we do things. We need to rethink the way that we consider talent mobility. Both previous speakers have mentioned the one is that you can work from anywhere. You don't need to be in an office to be able to do work. You don't need to be in the same city to do the work. And that is talent mobility external to an organization. You can work for one municipality but live in a total different municipality. If you move from one municipality to another, you don't need to relocate. And I think it's those type of things, working from anywhere, that we need to explore. We need to make sure that we actually do that research as well. The important thing is to if you look at talent mobility, and Deloitte did a project like that as well, where they looked at the needs of the institution or the municipality and the needs of the individual. And how do you then make sure that those needs of the individual and the needs of the municipality coincide, and that is then set out in a personal development plan? Is how do you make sure that that individual work towards achieving the needs of the municipality, and of the municipality eventually the political needs? We've said a lot about transformation, and being an urban regional planner, that is something that's very close to my heart. How do we actually make sure that change happens? We've done some research on municipalities and their performance within COVID-19 or through COVID-19. And there's a lot of success stories where municipalities actually responded. But we can't move back to what some people would call as a new normal. We need to move back totally, because the normal that we had, if we say new normal, it is sort of reflecting back to something that we had. But what we had is not really working. We don't really see the change within our developments. We don't see the change within how we do certain things. And we have that, if we have that talent mobility within a municipality. Another comment that was made is to move between different sections, between different departments. And that is how you build talent mobility, where a person are able to work within different sectors. They understand what is required in another sector, and that builds then the platform for them to be able to provide better service to achieve the change that we really want to achieve. Thank you, sir.
No, thank you very much. Doc, because of time, if you could also give us this catalogue of benefits when, as local government, we embrace this new normal. But as well, there are pros and cons. What is it that we need to be aware of in terms of this new normal, these changes that we want to implement as a result of COVID-19?
Yeah, I think we need to firstly look at how we're framing the question. Currently we're all framing it in terms of COVID. COVID's our current context. And in terms of that, we're looking at how it's shaping and informing telemobility. And when we're looking at telemobility, you're seeing we're differentiating telemobility in external environment and telemobility within the internal environment. And when we're looking at internal environment, you see a lot of discussions focused on remote and flexible work. But I think that's a bit narrow, because we're generalizing for a particular segment of the workforce and talent. Then the other part of the question we are trying to address here is how we take advantage of it, how we leverage on telemobility. And I think there as well, we need to widen our debate, because we shouldn't look at telemobility or talent management in isolation. We've got to look at telemobility in the general HR value proposition, in the general employment value proposition. And I think the other speakers spoke to that. So we've got to take a systemic view of what we're doing, not taking piecemeal interventions. So if we step a little, if we break that down a little further, if we look at the context, you know, before COVID, we were tracking a lot of the trends in terms of the changes in work, the workplace, and the workforce. Now, COVID, we need to unpack. Has it accelerated those changes and trends we were talking about before? Has it changed it fundamentally? Because all that work we've done before, it can't go to for naught. So we need to tap into that work that we've done before. The other question is, the pandemic has accelerated change, if we take that proposition, but how? It's impacted the different workforce segments in different ways. Some have been able to do remote work because they have access to the resources for that, and their job allows them to do that, but not all. So we need to think about the different work segments and how they're impacted by this accelerated change that COVID has brought about. And then I think the Prof has spoken to about the blended workforce, and that brings a whole another set of complexities. How do you manage a blended workforce and blended workplace? So once we understand the context, the next step is to understand what's our strategy to address that context. Is our strategy changing fundamentally? Is our business and operating model changing fundamentally? And I think the previous speaker spoke to that in terms of your business and operating model. It's then that we can then sit with and look at our HR strategy, our HR agenda. Now, I'm not saying it's linear. The two must speak to each other. Once we've done that, then we can ask ourselves, what's the outcome of talent management and the outcome of talent mobility? So we've addressed the why through our strategy. The next thing is that it's the what and how. If the context has changed, or as COVID's accelerated some of the trends we've seen, how has it changed? So what we want to do in talent management, what we're talking about in terms of talent mobility, we've talked about before. So the outcomes may be the same, but how we reach those outcomes may be different. So I think we need to figure out, is it the why? Is it the what we actually do? Or is it the how? And we need to unpack those in terms of, in the local government, you need to unpack those questions. because you've got to locate it in your general employment value proposition. You cannot tweak one part and leave the other parts. And I think the other speaker spoke to that in terms of culture, in terms of organizational structure. Because if you want to, for example, a lot of people talk about talent marketplaces. And we're talking about talent marketplaces in an external environment. Now you're trying to bring that in an internal environment. But that means changing fundamentally how we see roles, how we see jobs, and how we see movement within the structures. And we all talk about movements, but how do we enable it? So there's a lot of key questions we need to ask ourselves. But what I'm suggesting is that we've done the work before. It's not that we haven't thought about these things. The context has changed, but the outcomes may be the same. So I think we need to have some critical discussions around that. Because a lot of times we kind of say, throw everything away, we start on a blank slate. Sometimes it's good to start on a blank slate, but I think there's a body of knowledge that we've kind of developed over the years, and we need to tap into that.
Natasha, in your own view, do we have the right pool of talented and skilled professionals? And are we really developing the right skills for the moment and for the future?
So currently, I think it is a challenge within local government if I look at it from our professional perspective, but in general, it is currently a challenge. And the development of the pool within local government needs to take place, I think, through succession planning. These things need to start happening slowly. I think you mentioned, like, if you look at the CEO that was leaving it, and there is someone, but we need to start doing that within local government as well. What we've noticed over the years is that if you look specifically within the finance function, you normally find that the CFO or the finance manager has the skills, but what about the individuals below? So we used to look previously specifically at technical competencies, which were essential skills, but I think post-COVID, if we look at it now, it becomes more, we need to look at the soft skills, which are just as important, previously known as soft skills, but now known as one of the critical skills. Because if an individual within local government has the technical skills, but is lacking from the soft skills or the competencies, enabling competencies, if I can say, they actually struggle to manage the individuals to, it actually impacts talent mobility as well, because it then talks to communication skills, it then talks to your digital acumen, your leadership skills. So it cuts across everything. There is a lot that still needs to be done, but I think if we look at a competency framework within local government, and a competency framework specifically deals with what competencies are required within the organization to meet the objectives. Obviously, at different roles, there'll be different competencies that are required, but generally, there is specific competencies that will be required across the organization in order for local government to meet. And I think that's where the focus also needs to take place, not so much at a technical only, but at a soft skills. Also, when we speak to digitalization, what are we talking about? Because it's broad. We need to focus and we need to dive into what is critical in that area as well.
No, thank you very much. I'm not sure whether we can still take some few questions. I know we are completely out of time. We were given only 30 minutes. But I think the panelists really have been able to give us some thoughts around how we can access and assist local government to benefit from increased talent mobility and all the building blocks that are required for us to be able to achieve the kind of change that will make certain that we become a stable sector and we improve the brand image of local government. I really wanted us to touch on the issue of succession planning vis-a-vis the political interference and all of those things, but because of time, we're not able to do that. But we're hopeful that the various professional organizations are going to play a much more bigger role in shaping the agenda and moving forward, because you have members who are actively involved in local government. We need to protect their integrity, but at the same time, we also need to assist them to navigate the troubled waters of local government. But thank you very much for your time.
Thank
Are we leave the stage? Lele? Are we done?
that went up for me. Talent versus skill, Prof. We heard you. we heard Prof. Let's engage this conversation. You know, Ronaldo though, I don't know. I'm with Mr. Mthethwa there. Let's take it outside. You know, remote work. You know, Mr. Martin and Ms. Abrams, you touched on it a bit, Dr. Jivan. Can everybody and anybody do virtual work? I'm sure we all know that no, you know? So how does the organization embrace remote work as part of the core operations? How do they embrace it and not see it as something else that is like a benefit? You talked about understand your operations, understand your business. That'll lead you to know which ones are the ones that are the jobs that then lend themselves to be candidates for virtual or remote working, you know? Ma'am, you spoke about brand. Hey, brand management in local government. EVP and brand management integrated again, there we come, you know? Our keynote address speaker, Mr. Transnet said, talked to some values. And he mentioned integrity. And you are saying, what you certainly are seeing from out there is that there's issues that tarnish our integrity to the extent that our brand is compromised. You mentioned corruption, amongst others. So we have a lot of work to do. We have to unpack that and understand exactly what do values mean for us in the municipal level to the extent that they begin to talk about the brand that we want to go there, you know, and how do they pronounce on the operations and the agreement we have with the communities? Again, that engagement with the community and the services that we offer. And then we come to a point of competencies. At local government, we have a huge competency dictionary. It is huge. That thing is huge. Okay. And you speak about the biggest thing that's coming out of the pandemic around the new skills. One of the other things that's coming out very strongly is learning to learn. What is that? What is learning to learn? But we need to create an environment in organizations, certainly in local government, that allows for people to learn. Because only when you do that, you build resilience in the system. If I don't acknowledge that I need to learn, I'm going to be caught napping again when a shock hits or innovation hits. You know, our speaker from Liberty spoke about the drivers of change, either innovation or a crisis, you know? So if we don't build the learning to learn in each and every DNA of our employees, how are we then talking about resilience and shock-proof? It's a challenge. So it's a conversation that we need to have as well, you know? That competency dictionary is huge. How do we engage it as people practitioners in local government? Unpack it for ourselves and say, what are then the key skills that are coming out? How do we take them back into the competencies? And how then does it impact the jobs you were talking about? What is in the jobs? One of the other speakers said, when you are remote working, I think Mambati said that if you are not motivated or engaged with your work, you'll just sleep. But that also tells us a lot. You know, you go into your email once and every hour. Is that a job? Should that job be in the operations? What are the operations saying about that job? You know, so it's also been a reflective period for all organizations, including local government, around what jobs do we really require to have in local municipalities to be able to deliver the services. The constitution is very clear about what we need to do. But what are those jobs then that make us do that? Have we ever had that conversation, quite frankly? So you really encourage us to get into that discussion of saying, behaviors are becoming a big issue now. You know, how people behave. We go into this psychometric testing, and then they test your behaviors. But once you go into the organization, what are they talking about? Skills and everything else. Okay, so what was this all about? You know, they talk about experience, 10 years, 15 years in this and this. These are conversations that we need to have. Babungema talked about that when he was addressing the regulations, to say minimum requirements is a good thing to have, but let's have real business robust discussions around talent in organizations. So I thank you, panel, and I thank you, Babu Mthethwa, for facilitating this on our behalf. And we will continue to receive questions, comments from all our participants. Please keep them coming. The presentations that you heard from our panelists today, are going to be uploaded on the app, Salga app. So please, if you have not downloaded that app, download the app and open it. You'll find a myriad of shares and experience that are going to help us have these conversations and lead these conversations as HR practitioners in our local municipalities. So all the presentations that our panelists gave, don't worry that we are not going to engage in a question and answer right now. They will be put onto the app. Just download the app and then get them from there, and then engage with the content and send us your questions and comments. So thank you so much. We appreciate it. Feel free to obviously go back to your seats. I'd like to acknowledge as wellness was a key part of these conversations, and there's a lot of service providers that are sitting in the wellness space, let alone medical people. But there's also insurance and assurance service providers that are sitting there. And we've seen how the mortality rate from COVID has just gone up, and how that then affects, you know, our insurances, assurances, whatever it is that we have, either individually or at municipal level. I know some municipalities give group life insurance, and that mortality rate has gone up. So it means that we need to invest a bit more into that benefits that we offer employees. So we would like to appreciate Rand Mutual Assurance for partnering with us on this journey, because they will continue to empower us with that information and that data that tells us exactly what the trends are and the impact that COVID is having on mortality rates, and how we then manage those going forward, and sort of what sort of investments do we need to talk to when we financially plan, but also from a wellness perspective, what sort of things are coming out of them. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to afford us, we're just running a bit late, and we're going to try and gallop as quickly as possible throughout the afternoon. But what I'm going to do now, the time is 10 to 12 exactly. I'm going to afford us all a body break for about 5 minutes, and we'll stop now and we come back exactly on top of 5 minutes to 12 to continue with our exciting program. Thank you so much. Good morning still. We're a few minutes away from afternoon. Welcome back. I hope you were able to stretch a bit, grab a cup of coffee or grab a snack just before lunch so that we can re-energize. So thank you. Welcome back. As we move into the next session, we have some 3 powerful speakers that are going to talk to us coming next. And they're going to be joining us, 2 of them virtually. And the next one to join us is Ms. Sherlyn Titus. She's going to be talking to us about moving the employee experience into a life experience. You know, how has this been for the employee, and how do we then move it and translate it and stretch it into the life experience? Ms. Sherlyn Titus is a Leadership and Learning Senior Manager at Discovery. She's actually Dr. Titus, and she's a registered industrial and organizational psychologist. She is the past president of the Society for Industrial and Organizational Psychology and has expertise in organizational development, strategic HR, talent management, learning and development, leadership development, executive and career coaching. Sherlyn has global and local exposure in private and public sectors. She's a networker, influencer, collaborator, and curious learner. Now, we have put aside for our speakers, we've given you, I know, 20 minutes to talk to us about the share that you're going to talk to us about. We're slightly running behind time, so I would appreciate it if it's possible, if you can just summarize and speak high level to your presentation in about 15 minutes, so that we can then recoup the time that we had lost during the course of the morning because of the very vibrant and interesting conversations. So if you have not downloaded that app, download it now, because all of the documents, information, anything you want to know about that is happening today and tomorrow is going to be on that app. So as I speak now, I hand over to Dr. Titus, who is then going to talk to us virtually from where she is sitting. Thank you. I hand over to you, Dr. Titus.
Thank you very much for that great introduction. And thank you, Salga, for the opportunity to share my voice here. I want to talk to you through the current shift in work from home, and then I'll walk you through what CEOs and senior leaders can have in terms of positive impact, the importance of the EVP, share with you an EVP framework that I think is simple and works, and then talk to you a little bit about career transitions and development, and then also hopefully get you to reflect on your own career somewhat. So we have 15 minutes, but I promise I'm going to stay within my time. So I have a producer with me, so I'm going to ask her to move the slides from time to time. So if you look at this slide, you know, does it resonate with you? Does it look familiar? When COVID hit in March last year, work from home shifted. Our workplace shifted to working from home. And many of our employees, are now sitting with their children in the same office, doing homework together. Children are playing in the room with them, keep them quiet. Even dads are sitting with their babies on their laps while doing Zoom calls. So if you look at the next slide, then I want to share with you an article from the Harvard Business Magazine, where CEOs and senior leaders are getting more involved. So the pandemic for us has shifted business leaders, increased visibility into our personal lives, as well as our professional lives in an unprecedented way. And I think as leaders, if we sit down now and we ask ourselves, what has just happened in our lives, in our teams? In my life, for example, my mom had COVID and still is suffering from some of the aftermaths of the health impacts. In my team, I had a team member who in December lost her mom and her daughter a week apart. So, how do I, as a leader, show up? I had one of my team members who became very ill with COVID whilst being pregnant. So how do we show up as leaders for our teams who have really, really struggled over the last 18 months? So on the next slide, I'm hearing an echo, and it's probably because people aren't all on mute, but let me continue. So in terms of the positive impacts on engagement, where CEOs and senior leaders have been involved, 74% of employees have said they did expect their employer to become more actively involved in real cultural and sometimes political debates, you know, around Black Lives Matter, for example. Some of the debates that have, some of the uprisings we had recently with, you know, with real political nuance. And then 40 to 60% of employees want, you know, their leaders and the organizations to talk about and tackle social issues, socioeconomic issues. They want their organizations to become a visible force for good. 23% have said that where my CEO and my senior leader is involved, my mental health is better. And 17% said that their physical health was better where senior leaders and CEOs were involved. So we know that, you know, there have been positive impacts where organizations have responded to the challenges that employees have had since they've worked from home. So on the next slide, you know, if we really think about it, then the employee experience and, you know, fused with life experiences has really turned the experience around on its head, if you like. And at the core of it all, you know, I think HR professionals, leaders, they've been grappling with, you know, what does this new employee value proposition look like? What do we do in the case of hybrid work? So on the next slide then, the framework that I like and I've chosen is one from Mercer, you know, where you can see at the bottom the contractual agreement, you know, that contract, you come to work from 8 to 5, this is your KPIs, you know, these is your benefits, this is the bonuses. That's in place, you know, that's what gives organizations competitive edge. And then you get the middle section, which is the experiential section, which talks to well-being and careers. And this is really the differentiator, you know, how meaningful are careers of people, you know, when that team member loses her mom and her sister in 1 week, am I able to, you know, to rally around her with the rest of the team where we can give her more compassion and understanding and empathy for where she's at, continuously checking in with her. You know, so how do we help her career and her well-being so that she's successful still and performing as a collective with the team? And then there's the emotional domain, you know, which is the domain of purpose, which is the domain of values, you know, which is where we need alignment and where we are unique. So some personal insights that I want to summarize is there's been a shift from the contractual to the experiential and emotional focus. Tuning into the human dimension of experience has become more important and amplified. Life experience is about well-being as well as career meaning and ultimately finding meaning through our purpose. People want flexible working arrangements as defined by hybrid work, and career transitioning and development is key for fulfillment of purpose. So on the next slide, I'm going to quickly just then go deeper into career transitions and development. So Trace, on the next slide, I'm going to ask you, I'm going to do a little exercise with you. Get your fingers moving. Grab your phone. I'm sure all of you can use Mentimeter. So grab your phone and then you put in menti.com in your Google search, and Tracy will put up the Mentimeter quickly, and then you will see a code. And the code is 70968014. So very quickly, if you can work with me, play with me, 70968014, menti.com. And then I'm asking you the question, what do you want from your future career path? So that's a bit of a typo there at the end, but what do you want from your future career path? So the first choice you have, we have to make choices, define career goals with associated life goals to ensure they are in sync. Second, you can choose a composite career, doing more than one job or one project, vocations in multidisciplinary fields over my career lifespan. I can see some people are voting, and then job security. So add your vote. I see there's over 276 people on this call. If you are all engaged, we should reach at least 80%, which is a nice sample for SALGA to take away. Add your vote as quickly as possible. I'm going to leave another couple of seconds for you to do this. So code 70968014. Great, we've got 31 people who's voting. Come on, do it quickly, fast. Play with me, the first, second, we see the second is job security. Do you want to be in a position where you find meaning and purpose? You are able to define your own career goals, your life goals. Are you looking for a composite career? Are you really looking for job security? Is that realistic? Are you looking for various vocations in multidisciplinary fields so you're able to reinvent yourself? Think another 5 seconds and then I'd like to close the vote. We have a nice sample of 60 participants out of the 277 people on the call. So great. Tracy, you can close the vote and then just leave this here for a little bit. So we've got, sorry, Trace, we've got, you can just leave the results up there for a bit. Just for a quick second. So I just want to quickly say that, so we've got the highest vote here in this audience. 73 people voted, which is quite a large sample. Some people can do a master's study or doctoral study on this if they used mixed methods. First is people want to define their career goals with associated life goals. Second, job security. Third, composite. And fourth, vocation. So Trace, if you can put the presentation back up quickly, then we can just quickly unpack that a little bit more. So that's great insights, I think, for SALGA, for the leadership teams here, for the individuals here. But I think the biggest thing here, and I'm not surprised that you say it's about defining your career goals. This conversation is about an employee life experience, you know, how our careers have shifted from going to work and no one knowing our personal lives, nobody knowing what's happening in our private lives. But now the doorbell is ringing right now. I've got a lady working here in my house. So suddenly I'm no longer just, you know, insular in my work. So what do we want from that path? If we then look at this experiential path, you know, the need to be curious is important. We need to be able to, number one, define our career goals with associated life goals. This means that we need to build social capital right in the beginning. We need to be able to say, hook in, what are the things that I want to do in my career as well as my life? So where does my family fit in? Where does my mom who's recovering from COVID fit in? You know, when do I spend time with her? Where does my friends fit in? You know, where does my hobbies fit in? How do I hook in everything that forms part of my career life? And how do I make sure it's in sync? And then I think, you know, the other option is about a composite career, you know, doing more than one thing at a time. Do I put up my hand to say I can do more than one job? This is my job, but actually I'm quite keen to get to know what a talent marketplace is all about. or what digital learning is all about. So can I maybe do more than one thing at a time so that I can learn more? I believe, and we believe, that human development is exponential. We have the ability to grow more than what we ever can imagine as human beings. And then that vacation, being able to take on unfamiliar assignments. I right now have a very close relationship of mine who's started as an engineer in manufacturing, then went into commercial business, you know, studied chemical engineering, then studied a postgraduate in financial management, and recently finished, then went into the behavioral economics and wanted to understand, you know, how human behavior works in the workplace and make a contribution in that field, and has just finished a master's in behavioral economics. So being open to go multidisciplinary, you know, and allowing yourself to flourish in and following your life's passion and life's purpose. So I think the question we want to ask then, what do we want from life? And on the next slide, you know, what an organization can contribute is that purpose, you know, that uniqueness, you know, triggering our emotional being. What will you contribute? Asking myself, you know, to a better life for not only myself. I'm not only interested in climbing a career ladder, getting a paycheck at the end of the month or a bonus, but I'm actually interested in making a difference, not only to my role, but also to people who are around me, close to me, I really care about. So that, I think, brings me to the end of my presentation. And if you then look on the last slide, I wanted to leave you with this quote from Oprah Winfrey: as you're making your choices, you can have it all, just not all at once. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you so much, Dr. Titus. I think you've left us with a lot of pearls of wisdom to reflect about. And I remind colleagues and all the attendees to go back to the ask I did earlier on in the program. Reflect on the 27th. What were you processing? What does this all mean that Dr. Titus has just shared with us? Thank you so much. We appreciate it. As we move on to the next item on the agenda, we have coming to talk to us about onboarding program. There's a lot of evolution, a lot of learning that has been happening in that space generally, you know, but I think the impact of the pandemic has sort of expedited some of the learnings, but also highlighted some of the things that we need to learn about. So Mr. Samson Vilakazi, who is a director and CEO at Vilama Business and Tax Consultant, is coming to talk to us about redefining virtual onboarding programs. Mr. Vilakazi is a human resource executive and project specialist registered as a professional designate with the Institute for People Management, IPM. His areas of expertise include project management, conditions of employment, talent management, and organizational effectiveness, business process mapping, organizational change management, performance management, consulting in project management, recruitment, health and safety, corporate governance. He is currently the managing director at Vilamba, like I've just indicated. And before this was the senior human resource manager at HR in South Africa and the region for a multinational company in the health and consulting space based in Boston, USA. He was an HR generalist, and HR senior advisor to the international office as an HR business partner. His other career positions include non-executive director at Tabatsueu Housing Company, and senior HR specialist at PBMR, HR manager at Batuba Tupas Company. As you can tell from his summary, he comes with a wide portfolio of expertise. I hand over to Mr. Samson Vilakazi, who will also talking to us virtually at this point. Thank you. Over to you, Mr. Vilakazi.
Thank you, Program Director. Thanks for the opportunity to present to this audience, including those of you who are on virtual platform. So I am going to just, in the interest of time, skip the acknowledgement. I'm sure the acknowledgements have been done earlier, and request that the presentation be flighted. Otherwise, I can also flight it on my end. Okay, so I'm just gonna go ahead and flight it from my end. If the producer, like the doctor has said, is not yet ready, I'm just gonna share it from my end. Okay. As the speaker, I don't know if you can see the presentation slides. Can I just get a confirmation if you can see the slide decks?
Yes, we can. Thank you, sir.
So the subject that I'm going to be dealing with today is talent onboarding, which is really a subject that most of the people who are audience in this today's session are quite familiar with. The only difference from where I'm going to be presenting this subject from today, it's the fact that we have moved into a virtual space. So I'm going to deal with the following as the subject that addresses the subject matter today. We're just going to very quickly talk definitions, high level, and what's the purpose of a virtual onboarding. And then I'm going to talk a little bit between talent and onboarding, because if you take, for instance, the way in which we're doing onboarding under normal circumstances, we've always had a situation where we have induction and orientation. Induction focusing mainly on processes, support section of the business, and orientation really taking into account making sure that the person or the newly hired person is onboarded into the operations of the role itself, the technical expertise of the role, transitioning from wherever they're coming from into the new role that they would have taken up. So we will deal in greater detail on then how do you successfully conduct a virtual onboarding, which is really the subject for today. What are the benefits, challenges, and then we will give you a summary of conclusion around what is it that which we think are critical as you embark on this process. You will see the slides that which I've prepared for you. It's quite detailed with information. I'll just talk through them. The intention is so that whoever is able to pick up the slides that are going to be shared after this conference, the information is helpful for you to be able to put together your own roadmap as you embark towards a virtual onboarding. So just a couple of things for us to be able to move from the same wavelength. What is it that which we see as onboarding just from a definition point of view? We see it as a situation where we are welcoming a new person coming on board and introducing that person into the organization as well as other team members in the organization. I've already indicated we're coming from a previous way of doing onboarding. We are now saying what is the new way, and that's what I'm going to be dealing with, intently and with greater detail. The purpose of virtual onboarding, if you forget everything, the purpose of this virtual onboarding, it is just to minimize face-to-face interaction, to make sure that as the pandemic of COVID is taking place, we are managing ourselves accordingly as organizations. Now, very quickly, talent versus onboarding. Talent, each and every organization goes into the market and picks the best person, the best talent that which you can get out there. You want to attract that talent, but you are quite interested to make sure they're engaged and we retain them once they're in an organization. One of the speakers spoke about professionalizing, the public sector. It is never easy to get best talent in the market and retain it. It is these things like onboarding that are supposed to contribute in making sure that retention happens. Key consideration as you think about talent attraction, there's cost involved, there's people who get involved in doing the interviews, there's a cost element related to doing background checks, and there's time that is spent in making sure that that process is run from beginning to end. So the difference between the talent attraction and now the onboarding is the onboarding goes ahead and focus on a process, you know. Now let's get to the detail around how to successfully conduct a virtual onboarding. We have focused on two elements, the planning and the design. So around the planning, we look at what needs to be prepared and conducted over a variety of interactive sessions that incorporates all business products, services with all different managers and team members, because the newly hired person comes in, they join an organization, but they plug into a value chain of sort. There's a role that which they play in that value chain. So it is important that a person is then really the transition is managed in such a way that they are able to plug in properly. So we need to we need to also ensure that the equipment and the resources are ready. And I know this is one challenge that if you go into the municipal space becomes a bit tricky to a certain extent. But it is very important to note that it is one of the things that determines the success of how you onboard a person. I want to now talk about the welcome package. There's a way in which we've been doing it in the past. So how do we do the welcome package in such a way that you are infusing virtual onboarding? HR team must consider creating a series of short videos, and when they are doing this piece of short videos, there's many parties that get involved. It is, yes, human resources division, it's other divisions in the organization. It is also third-party service providers. If you think about your EAP, if you think about your medical aid, and a whole host of benefits that which have to be explained to a newly hired employee. Line managers should also have a daily catch up with their newly hired person. People take onboarding to be something that we just do it once and that's it. It is a transition process, which means it's a journey. You need to sensitize the line manager to make sure that they check in with the person. Otherwise, if that doesn't happen, there's also a little bit of anxiety that creeps in. There's also a little bit of people being unsure because of the way in which you have onboarded the new person. Provide a situation to build relationships. If you look at onboarding as well as taking on a new person, that person's success is going to be dependent on what kind of relationships have they established in the organization. Have they had an opportunity to be given a platform, be it tea arrangement, where they are able to just check in with other people who've been where they are. They were once newly hired employees. How have they gone about to make sure that they make their transition from an old role into this new role as easy as possible, and just get some tips from there. Social activities to the calendar to enhance relationship building. Again, relationship building, where you are in a position to sort of do tea breaks to get that connection going, it will go a long way. Set clear expectations and take time to learn skills gaps. How do we do this? When employees are working remotely, it is critical that their responsibility, KPIs, objectives are outlined clearly. All of us, when we are applying to a role, we get given, or we have sight to a job description, but the job description does not necessarily have what is the measurement, what is the success looking like once I've taken up this role. So the KPIs become very critical. Check-in, I've already spoken about the check-in, very critical. Even during remote working, new employees should still feel connected to the culture. There's a culture that the organization goes by, and there are certain things that when the new employee comes on board, you are trying to make sure that they are introduced to these things so that they are familiar with what sort of culture this organization has, which goes ahead and builds what we call a purpose-driven kind of alignment between the individual who's coming on board and the organization that which they are joining. Exposure to variety of people. What really the virtual onboarding helps you with, you are not only limited to people that are in your office as such, or people that you have to work with on a daily basis. It provides an opportunity for you to be able to get exposure to multiple of people who are going to, in one way or the other, collaborate or need to work with you as you get your work done. So when you set up virtual meetings with HR, you need to introduce the company culture. It's very important. Mission and objectives of this organization becomes important. Please go ahead and provide a reading list. There are instances where there's a downtime. You wanting to make sure that this employee, this newly hired employee, as they come in, they have some kind of guidance of what is it that which they need to be looking at. That again helps them to get into the system, into how the organization runs. So the way in which you want to do this, because now you are no longer having a person who's standing in front of you and taking you through over a 5-day orientation. It's done in piecemeal, but how we make sure that the person doesn't feel lost, you need to be giving them guidance, providing them a reading list. Last step, review your onboarding process. This is a new way of doing things. What that means is you need to, from time to time, just check what is working well, what is it that is not working that well. Make sure you keep refining it to a point where you are finding a virtual program that really is linking up to the objective. From the design point of view, you need to coordinate with the HR needs to coordinate with all parties involved. I've spoken about which parties get involved. Yes, it's HR, it's support function, something as simple as if I need to claim an SNT, who do I go to? It's something that becomes very important, So whenever a person is then being onboarded, those things are quite critical, which makes it necessary that you need to have a schedule, you need to deal with the how. So through interactive video-based modules, you are able to get this person through into the organization quite easily. You need to direct how that happens. For instance, if you are reaching out to the third party, you need to make sure that the quality of the videos that they've provided to you, they are not talking to themselves. They are talking to the newly hired employee. They are sharing helpful information on those videos. It means either HR or marketing or whoever is responsible to do a QA of these videos, they would have looked at the content from the perspective of the newly hired person. Common interest areas, interaction opportunities with other newly hired employees continue to create that opportunity for this newly hired employee to connect, because it can feel very lonely having to work from home, and we don't know to which extent are we going to have to deal with. Now you have to self-isolate. So it is very important that you are creative about how is it that you go about doing that. Well-designed onboarding process, it opens doors for interaction with employees across the globe. I have spoken about that. And when I'm saying the globe, I'm not only talking about the 9 provinces wherein you are functioning. Based on the role that which you are plugging into as the newly hired employee, you have an opportunity to at least have a community that which you are plugging into, and you can reach out to as early as at the point of being onboarded. Information on onboarding material. So the subject matter expert presentation is not the only thing that we go ahead and we say it coins everything. There's also an opportunity for the employee to be familiar or be familiarized with what's happening in the organization. It also provides an opportunity for, if the information is packaged properly, it provides an opportunity to the newly hired employee to even ask clarification or points of clarification in advance, even before the actual orientation takes place or the actual virtual onboarding takes place. The scope of managing the calendar is even much better because of there's a little bit of more flexibility there. So what are the do's and don'ts? Example, these are the do's. This is something that is pro-virtual onboarding. Arrange appointments with internal subject matter experts who could induct the newly hired employee. The newly hired employee is not only supposed to be subjected to lots of forms without context. Otherwise, they are going to miss out on a number of things. Firstly, they will be missing out on what's the organizational culture here. They're going to miss out on what's the journey from when this organization has started to where it is right now. What are the pain point areas that which, as I am transitioning into this organization, I need to be paying attention to, for me to be able to get to, optimal performance. The do nots, information overload. Avoid bombarding new employees with set of forms. I've spoken about this. It needs to be a blended approach. Okay? If not interactive, new employees could experience work and company culture very differently. And that's where the foreign culture creeps in. So it's very important the way in which you manage and you set this up. Benefits on the virtual onboarding. Having worked for a multi-international firm, I can attest, if you've done the scope of managing the calendar properly, even better. The process is effective. The person is able to work around what the calendar is allowing, is making him to do at what given time. Flexibility of time and place of session. They are able to even do some of these sessions at night, after hours, because of video content has been provided to them. They can play it more than once to be able to just make sure that they are really infusing themselves into the organization. Newly hired person can interact with several other people across departments, cities. This is really the greatest benefit of a virtual onboarding. Okay, virtual onboarding quicker compared to the way we used to do it in the past. You do not have to worry about, I need to make sure that everybody's diary sort of agrees. People have an opportunity to do it in piecemeal on times that are much more appropriate and links up to the operational requirements. Process gives a chance to know people internally and externally, even service providers, at a point that you are already entering the organization if the virtual onboarding is put together properly. But in everything that has an advantage, there are challenges. What are the potential challenges? Tools to be used, the tools of trade for virtual onboarding. That's the biggest issue. If you are not having that taken care of, you've lost the plot completely. Person facilitating from planning to executing and managing the whole process, they need to understand, see the big picture from beginning to end so that they execute the virtual onboarding properly. Third-party service providers, give them context. Otherwise, they go and do something that which does not help the process. Go ahead and make sure you give them a complaint. Legislative compliance, some of the organizations or some of the departments are aligning themselves to quality management system principles. You need to make sure that you have infused that into your virtual space. You don't want an audit to be happening and there's a gap of sort because of you did not pay attention to the compliance requirements. It's a continuous improvement. Don't do it just once and you think you've got it right. Continuous a process that needs to be strengthened from time to time. Most importantly, please pay attention to the organizational culture. What kind of culture do you want to breed as people come on board? So it is very important. It's cost effective, of course, because you don't have to do boardrooms, you don't have to be ordering lunch and whatnot. In conclusion, between line manager, newly hired person, the following needs to drive this onboarding process. The goals, the partnering, you need to make sure that you are aiming to guide, define each party's role so that you are getting maximum performance from the newly hired employee. Attract to retain. You don't attract to, as long as we've gotten this person on board, we have ticked the box. We have ticked the box. It's very costly to attract, and you are losing the person because of you are not organized as an organization. It is very important that those things are quite taken care of quite intently. Invest on systems and tools of trade. Onboarding of high performance and strengthening organizational culture. I cannot say this more than I've said it already. The fact that we've got a new way of doing things already shapes how our culture is now going to change, as opposed to when people had to do, onboarding in the old way. So you need to pay attention to that. Continuous improvement and measure impact. I want to talk about post-employment as compared to, exit interviews. If you invest much more on post-employment, meaning you're going to talk to this person, just before they go for their probation meeting, on an post-employment interview, you have a better chance of retaining and having a happy person, instead of wanting to talk to people and look forward to having exit interviews. When a person is just ticking the box, they've checked out, now their interest is lying elsewhere, you no longer have this person in your organization. You just see them walking in here, but they've actually moved on, they've sort of transitioned out of your organization. So this is what I've thought we could share with you today. Hopefully you can be able to pick one or two things that goes ahead and help you with your online onboarding. Back to you, Program Director.
Thank you so much, Mr. Vilakazi. We appreciate it. I think you articulated a clear process plan, and I think your issues were planned properly, and this is an engagement process and it's a journey. So thank you so much. I'm sure that our colleagues, wherever it is that you are across South Africa, you would have penned down some of the very interesting things. Again, the presentation is going to be uploaded on the app. Now, moving swiftly along, I'm introducing our next speaker, Ms. Fatima Ludewig. She's going to engage us on the role of EVP and the ever-changing needs in the age of remote work. The whole morning has been dedicated to EVP. It came out directly or indirectly through some of the conversations and the presentations. So I welcome onto the stage here to take us through this, Ms. Ludewig. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mike, excellent. Thank you so much. All right. I think just take. Excellent. Thank you. So I'd like to thank Salga for inviting me to give me this platform to speak to what I call the MVPs since the pandemic hit. And I'm hoping that what I can bring to the table is just an ability to see some insights, gain some vantage on something as critical as the topic that I'm going to be speaking to, which is on employee value proposition. So Charlene shared a nice model earlier about an EVP model. I'm going to be talking through the actual, almost like the whole person discussion around this EVP and why it's becoming increasingly critical with regards to organizations and the need for them to make them relevant, especially now that the pandemic has given us a new landscape to work from. So just a bit of background, I started in talent, if not, I think just under 20 years ago. And so I've been working in this discipline for just under 20 years. And over the years that I've worked in talent, the one thing that I realized is that the relationship between the people and the organization continues to be a critical part of how that area of discussion continues to be formed. I've also very strongly played a role in the HR business partnership space, and the benefit about how I've platted my HR business partnership experience into being a good talent expert that contributes to our leadership team members when they are making critical decisions about our talent is the fact that I start with a very basic concept, which is really lended great value. So for me, the big thing that I start with, I just actually skipped it, but it's talking about the concept of appreciative inquiry. And the reason why appreciative inquiry works well for me is because when you go into a conversation and you actually try to understand what is the base of where the line manager or where the discussion is starting, it really unlocks. And the thing about appreciative inquiry is that when you give appreciation to something, it actually allows you to unlock so much more. And so the process of appreciative inquiry allows you the platform to ask the necessary questions. Because the one thing that happened last year in March that we needed to prepare ourselves for was to ask the necessary questions to make sure that we were fit for purpose as organizations, whether we were in the public sector, the private sector, the NGO sector. It was about asking the right questions, because here's the thing, if we look through the lenses of our employees, we need to consider what are the questions that they are asking. So the one thing that the pandemic did show us is that the relationship between people and the way they do their work has shifted. It shifted substantially because we went on to remote working, we went on to hybrid models as the levels changed. And then also there was a need for line managers to actually have different skills because it was the skilling of management that changed. And so what the relationship requires is that we needed to get to that place of understanding what now demands that organizations update that employee value proposition. And so the need to evolve that lens is how I'm hoping to share some valuable insights around how to approach it. So I know that, I'm not sure if you guys know, but my background is that I'm a registered organizational psychologist. I've been a registered organizational psychologist for over a decade in an applied way, where it means that wherever I've gone, I've taken my org psych experience and knowledge and I've platted it into how best to understand what drives human behavior and what enables us to think around what feeds the best relationship. And so the one thing that I did discover recently, more so than ever this past year, I've been asked to speak at a number of conferences on this topic, is that we are needing to create some future-proofing. And so it's the future-proofing that has created this call to action. And so, I mean, that is why all of you are dialed in today. You are wanting to find out, how do we approach onboarding? How do we approach talent pooling? What is it that defines talent? You looked at, there was an amazing discussion that was held by the panel. And so I think the essential part here is to know that people are going to come into platforms like this. The learning opportunities are never going to change for us as MVPs. As the HC people sitting, in the past we wondered, do we have a seat? Guess what, guys? They are making us chair the table today. And that has been the biggest shift. So that has been why this call to action has become such a profound opportunity for us. And so if we look at just the definition of why this topic is so important, it's that employee value proposition particularly talks to what is the unique value that is being offered to the employee. So remember, why is this an important definition to understand is that if you know what is unique and what the person values, they look at your value proposition in the context of that. And the other thing that the pandemic really evoked. Now, in the public sector, this was always something, but for corporate sectors, it was something that became a necessary as well. And so you've always had a differentiated value add around the fact that you made it about what does my employer stand for. In government, it's about making sure that we serve the communities that we are supposed to serve. Now, what's happening for corporates more than ever is that this is becoming the going agenda around what creates a good value proposition. So if you think about what creates that unique elements, think too about what do we as an employer stand for, because what we stand for will define how emotionally and connected employees become with our brands. Because This is the differentiator. Somebody spoke this morning about employer brand. And what employer brand is basically, it's what it tells you about that business. It doesn't give you the different elements of what differentiates that business from what I value and what makes me feel fulfilled and have a meaningful relationship. So this two differentiation definitions is essential to understand that the employer brand is an extrinsic variable. The EVP is intrinsic. It's about me. And I think we've had a few people discuss that the game has definitely changed for us in the fact that we need to start understanding where are we standing with this concept of employee value proposition. And so for me, the first thing that I always say as a business partner is follow the appreciative inquiry processes. Ask the right leading questions. The next thing is once I listen, I gather and I orientate. So as an HR MVP out there, I'm encouraging you, orientate yourself around where you are having the conversations, where you are contributing, because every leadership discussion is different. Every talent discussion is unique to the individual. And so orientate yourself clearly and map the necessary value proposition that enables that particular journey. So let's start where they are. If that is how you orientate, and that was the best advice I got from a mentor, start where your client is at. So if we start where the client is at and we understand the one thing the pandemic has done is that the relationship between people and work has absolutely shifted, we need to ask ourselves, what's shifted? The purpose of work has shifted. Why people come to work has shifted because loss was a reality. People lost people as close as colleagues, as friends, as neighbors. So the purpose of why I put myself into the world of work has become something that needs to give meaning to the individual. The other thing is how and where I get to do what I do. So if where and how I get to do what I do is adding value, this is the element that at least feeds the person to have a roadmap, because that helps the person have a sense of certainty. And the most essential part that I found through the work that I'm doing, because this is actually part of my PhD study, and this is what is valued by the individual. Because today we have to understand something very critical. It was asked this morning as well, what is in the relationship for me? That is an essential part of EVP today. And the thing about EVP is that it distinguishes the benefits and the value of the return. So if I can gain access to what does enable my life, and also what I put in is reciprocated with some level of what I get out, it allows your organization to definitely differentiate yourself against the competitor. Remember, guys, in the past, you thought it was about JSE listing for corporates. Corporates are competing with governments because today talent is mobile. And so we need to understand that your competitor no longer is somebody that sells the same product as you. It's about sectors. It's cut across so many variables. So make sure that when you look at not only your employees' perspective of who you are and what is in the relationship for them, they tell friends. They share their views with others, and then it becomes an element of true employer branding, and it's about the prospective candidates that will be joining your sector, will be joining your divisions to differentiate yourselves. So the one thing that I can tell you for sure is that when you look at employee value proposition, it's become quite a personal thing right now. It's about the person. And so I've been working tirelessly over the past 3 years on trying to develop a person-fit value proposition, because if we can go into a decision tree that allows us to know our employees for sure, we know for sure how that relationship looks and what it is and what it is not. And so for me, this was a critical quote that I found, which is, you are the architect of your own future. We're trying to future-proof. Here's the crazy thing. You build the house that you want, that is your aesthetics, that talks to your lifestyle. And so remember, in order for you to design that, as an employee, they're becoming uncompromisingly sincere to themselves, because loss was one of the greatest realities that we felt through the COVID pandemic that hit us through the course of last year and still continuing. And so, what is the employee reality check? The first thing is, how does my individual purpose get fulfilled in the organization that I work? It's everywhere, guys. They literally step into the building asking themselves this reflective question. So know what that experience and what that means for that employee, for that individual. And so the big question is, where can we learn from? So as an organizational psychologist, I'm always drawn from consumer psychology because we are always in the business of selling. As an HR community, we don't have a tangible thing to offer. We are selling a service, a belief system, a value, something that enables others. And so we need to understand, how do we differentiate ourselves and give value? Is we need to make sure that we shift from this heavy need on demographics alone. I'm not saying you don't need it, but make sure that you understand that information is actually quite mobile right now. How quickly did the game change for us through last year? So the one thing is, target your individual in that moment in time, and which means that we have to be more agile and a lot more alert and more engaged as leaders. So that's my strongest encouragement for you. Use this thing. You have all heard about Gen Z, Gen F, Gen Y. Gen C is a concept, read about it. It talks about the generation of consumer. Why? Because it's not about age anymore. It's about the fact that everybody's looking for something that serves their personal need. And so now, the marketing businesses are needing to realize that what could have been good for a 60-year-old can be good for a 16-year-old, depending on the need. And so understand the beauty of the fact that we work with human science. We are busy in the world of sales, so we need to continue lensing ourselves from that level of empowered position. And so if we think about that shift, here's one very clear thing. The millennials and the Gen Zs, they are going to be shaping our strategies. They're stepping into leadership roles already. So be clear on how they see the world. Look at the vantage from where they look. Is X more valuable than Y? Know your equations, because guess what? It allows you to service your communities better. Secondly, we knew AI was coming. Everybody was hands in the air. Oh my word, they're taking over our jobs. Guess what? AI became a critical partner during COVID. If without Teams, where would we have been? And so we must understand that it's not about the lens of what does technology compromise in us. It's how do we create the super team? Let's invite it. It's one of the team members that's been playing such a critical part in how we became a super team last year. And then lastly, with regards to this context, it's the fact that we've all heard about cancel culture. Let's not forget that's a real thing. So we need to understand that the ability to stay relevant to any generation today is about how they speak you up. So remember, as much as we want visibility on LinkedIn and any one other platform, we also understand that we create vulnerability for ourselves. So that's the beautiful coin of the virtual reality and the social reality right now, is that whatever we give, we need to be aware that we are also needing to take. And so cancel culture gave us a rude awakening that if one person can start a movement, it could move you out of first place. And so we need to be aware of that. And so when we look at it, we say at the end of the day, meaningful work and a culture of community was the greatest things we gained from the pandemic as a value add to be better as an HC and HR function. And so we need to use this to enable us that our businesses, our teams, because we keep thinking it's about an organizational view, it's about a sector view. It starts with one person's opinion, guys. One person's opinion can change the game for us. And so all I'm asking you to say is, what do they regard and how do they campaign you? A simple like can change one view into a million-man march. And so I'm trying to make you guys understand that social media is real, but create a level of authenticity and honesty, so make it meaningful and make it something that talks to culture and community. Because at the end of the day, guys, we are now officially MVPs. We are most valued at the table. They give us the mic now because most of the time they are waiting for our voices, and we need to make sure that we align ourselves clearly to have the right opinions in the right moments, because we keep saying right people, right time. That was our adage in the past. Now it's about the right moment, right input, right value. And so I'm saying to you guys, continue to be the MVPs, because the more we can show the value, the more they will know why we are that valued player. And so some top realities that I want to just unlock for you when we look at EVP is that employees are people. They are no longer just workers. They're wanting you to see that lens, that they had lost something, that they struggled with something, that they were trying to make sense of something. And so when you start to make them human, they connect with you on a very real level. And then the other element as well is that with all of the survival that's happened, from the losses people have had, the one thing that's very true today is that exceptional life experiences is a necessity. People want to walk out of an office for one day and know, if I went in for my 2 days, I'm walking out knowing that I gave full value and I got full value of my stay in that office. And so the experience that I had was fruitful. I gave value today. So make everything about exceptional life experience. It's no longer just about work experience. That's the thing they put on the CV. And then it's about making sure that depth and feeling is felt. I promise you guys, if anything, last year taught us that humanity was the greatest call to action last year. And so this reminds us, let's not stop when the masks drop. Let's not stop when the pandemic starts to regulate. Let's show that we were able to integrate something that's sustainable into the future, because humanity is always going to serve humanity. And so if I had to give you guys some insights on what to consider going into remote working and thinking about what people value when they're looking for an employer, consider the desire of the candidate's expectation. So when you're putting out ads, understand that if you don't have a hybrid model, but yet you want the top candidates, know what that means. Secondly, understand, what does geography really mean? What does it truthfully mean? Is it being based in a certain province and going to a certain provincial office? Or is it about understanding that that provincial office's functional success is determined by the following people and they can dial in? So it's about finding the right geography over time. Talent pools, understand that the world has changed. You can now have somebody, I think somebody said in Belgium as an example. So we need to understand that the pooling of talent is changing. We also need to understand that retention will continue to be the greatest requirement. And how do we retain? So I can share an example where people have said to me, Fatima, I'm leaving, and then my exec would say, Fatima, I need you to have the org psych conversation. And all I'd ask the person is, let's talk about what this relationship means relative to your prospective new relationship, and let's unpack and compare the two. And that is how we are able to retain people, by having meaningful, individual, personal conversations about how they choose, because that's what retention is about, choosing to stay versus choosing to leave. And then there's the value of pay. Pay is all relative today. Currency is determining that pay model. So yes, we want to have the money to pay the bills and to sustain our lives, but it's essential that we understand how that pay model and framework looks in the future, because what somebody will trade for a rand, in a sense, you'll be surprised. And then there's obviously mental health that continues to be a critical part. How people cope with new information continues to be something. As a change manager, it's one of the things I always say, that there's always mentalism that needs to get people on board. And then obviously well-being. We know, and we spoke about this at length today, but it's a critical thing to understand that wellness was a place. Well-being is a state. And so that's what we want to focus on, getting people to a state of well-being. And then lastly, diversity and inclusion. I loved that you said what you said this morning, because I also, as a South African, I understand the journey we are on. But diversity is about the vantages. It's about seeing the world at the different tiers of the mountaintop, because at the end of the day, to see things with a different perspective allows you the access to really integrate and include people. So that's what I love about this. Understand the vantage of where people look at solutions when they consider your business. And so all I can ask you to do is, when you are thinking about reading for the future and wanting to make sure that you are as future-proofed as possible, think about, what is it that I'm going to contribute as an MVP in the room? What meaning will I create when the challenges that leaders are facing is real, and I need to do the necessary to bring the best level of detail to the conversation? Because at the end of the day, we've been asking for the seat. We have the seat. Let's make sure that that seat continues to give meaning and value. And I know that we didn't share our business, but I just want to add that one of the big reasons why I chose to leave corporate and decided to go into my business was because I felt that there was a need in society and communities where people who actually struggled could engage with me directly. And so yes, I took a risk last year, July, and I decided to be on the front end where people needed to access thinking partnership. And so my model is very different, and that is the reason why I bring my years of experience in the talent arena as well as in the business partnership space. And what I share today is really applied. It's very simple, it's very sweet, but it's about connecting with thoughts, because when you are asked and they give you the mic, they don't want you to overcomplicate your thinking. They just want you to inject as much value as possible. So thank you very much. I appreciate that I got the time, and continue to be the MVPs that you are out there.
Can you move this? Thank you, Fatima. Appreciate it. And as you can see, the experience comes through of running your own organization. You know, your registered psychologist experience coming through there in understanding and analyzing all sorts of audiences in our community. So thank you so much. We learned that people have moved on social media. They're interacting virtually. What are organizations struggling with, you know, to learn from that experience. So thank you so much for sharing. Now, as we move on to the next panel discussion, which is led by Ms. Kubeshni Govender, who is a specialist in media knowledge management, and she's involved with NGOs. She's worked both in public and private sector. We appreciate that. We are very, very happy that you're going to lead us to talk now, finally, really now, about talent and the risks and the opportunities that we have in this age at this point in time. She's going to be joined by Ms. Koleka Ngubeni Henderson. Thank you so much for coming on board. She is a human resource executive. She consults. Koleka is the founder and managing director at CoreCore. I hope I've pronounced that right. Consulting and coaching. She has over 25 years experience in human resource and leadership development gained from various industries. She has progressively held human resources leadership positions in various corporate organizations, including human resources director at Human Resource Executive, locally and overseas. She brings her wealth of experience as an executive leader, developing business strategies and setting organizational goals translated into actions at the operational level to achieve business objectives to her consultancy. Koleka has a certificate in executive and management coaching. She holds a Master of Arts degree in organizational management and a Bachelor of Arts degree in human resource management and a clinical psychology with a minor in French. Okay. She is a master human resource professional with the South African Board for People Practices and a member of Coaching and Mentors of South Africa and Comensa. We welcome you. You are joined virtually by another speaker. The other one is Ms. Lita Geza. She's a founder and coach at Ilita Lelanga Coaching and Consulting. Lita Geza is an organizational and leadership development, change and transition management specialist. She is also an integral professional coach. She is the founder and managing director, as I've indicated, of Ilita Lelanga, a company she established in March 2020. So Fatima was not the only one who ventured under unknown circumstances. Ms. Geza also did the same. March, when the state of disaster was declared, she started her own organization. Her career spans across organization and leadership development, change and transition management, human resource management and development, communication, information and communication technologies, anti-corruption, ethics and security management, and service delivery excellence. Ms. Geza is a certified integral and professional coach and a member of the John Maxwell team of coaches, speakers, and trainers. She's also an international Gestalt organizational leadership development practitioner. So I welcome all of you, and I hand you over to the capable hands of Ms. Govender. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. We have one more speaker, Dr. Octavia Mkabela. And so I'm going to ask Tumi to just help us out and find Lita online. And Lita, won't you please show yourself? And if we can spotlight Lita. And Octavia, where are you? Are you also online? And can you make yourself seen? And can we spotlight you? Can we see them yet? You can see them? Can everybody see them? Lita, how are you?
Hi, Kubeshni. Hi, Kubeshni. I'm well, thank you. Thank you so much, and I'm happy to be here.
And have you found Dr. Mkabela? Octavia, are you here? Okay, we're going to try and find Octavia. I'm going to ask Tumi to help me find Octavia online, and as we get our discussion going, welcome everybody. And I want to say thank you so much for being with us. Thank you for staying with us. We're really mindful that we know that we're running a little bit late this morning, but if you were with us from the start of today, you'd know that the reason we're late is because we've had Koleka unbelievable pieces.
Fantastic. It was incredible.
I was just taking rapid notes as Fatima was speaking. We've really had some amazing inputs this morning.
Definitely.
And right now, Lita, we're going to talk, Kollega, and we're going to find Dr. Mkabela. We're going to talk about resilience.
Yes.
And let's start in the room, Kollega. You know, the last time you and I sat on the stage, and when I thought about resilience, I had a lot more energy for it than I have now. I'm tired now. I'm tired. I mean, and when I think about, you know, close on to 2 years of COVID, people lost, illness, supporting others, it's tiring. But we can't lose sight of this resilience piece, can we, Kollega?
Definitely not. I think more than ever before is what is required at this time, both in our personal lives and in our professional lives, that staying power, that bounce back, that no matter what happens in life, no matter what life throws at you, you're ready to take it on. But it's not as easy as said than that. Some people are better at dealing with it, others are not, as we'll have the discussion and talk more about it.
Lita, it's funny that Leila was talking about you starting your business last year. And I'm sure for your experience, that probably was a walk in the park in relation to some of the other adventures that you've had. But I'm curious, Lita, how do I know that I'm cracking this resilience thing? How do I know as a manager that my team is resilient in its nature? How do I know when things are falling apart? And what do I do? Where do I begin, Lita?
Thank you, Kubeshni, and just want to greet everybody in the room. Even if I'm not there personally, I'm fully there in spirit. And I must say that, I mean, COVID-19 has shown us flames, you know. Actually, it has taught me that resilience is something that you can actually learn. You know, it's a capability that you must actually have. It is not something that you're born with, but it is a capability that you need to actually make sure that you acquire that competence to remain unwavering, you know, resolute. As was said that, I mean, when I started my business, it was March 2020, 3 days after my company was registered, a state of emergency was declared in the country. And I mean, it was quiet.
Yeah.
Could have easily run back to say, I want to go back to employment. But I mean, how do you remain strong-willed, you know, buoyant, you know, energetic, you know, and focused, you know, on the task at hand in the midst of hardship? Because what happens when you lack resilience, you know, you start to think, you feel that, you know, there's nothing you can do. You know, you feel that your heart and mind, you know, and the will, you know, to push is actually, you know, I mean, closed. The inherent intelligence, you know, your own natural intuition that you have, that you've always betted on, you know, in your life gets disabled. In fact, your entire emotional, I can say social, your systemic intelligence shuts down completely. You actually lose hope. You know, that's what happens when you give up, you know, and when you give up and you get to that stage of losing hope and giving up, that's when now things starts to fall, you know, and you kind of like lose the focus, and you lose direction.
Yeah.
So basically,
Lita's pointing to a lot of the individual aspects of, Lita, I'm hearing you say, this is how I know that I'm perhaps losing my ability to be resilient. These are what the signs might be. I'm sure in teams, Kollega, there are similar signs. And a lot of the people who are on this call have the responsibility for holding teams together. What are the signs that we need to look for in teams? What are those pieces? And when we find those signs, how do we embrace people to bring them back?
Okay. I think most importantly, I think it's important for us to highlight that in organization, a workplace environment, it is actually the responsibility of the organization, of the manager, to make sure that they help the employees in terms of the resilience and building that resilience. It's no longer about the employee must see for themselves. The organizations, the line manager now must step up front and take charge and responsibility to say, Is my team resilient? Do they have what they need to be able to sustain them in case of difficult times? And research has shown that the resilience, as Lita has noted, is not just a skill that everybody has.
Yeah.
Some people have it better than others. Some people are stronger at being resilient than others. So which is why, as people come from different walks of life in organizations, they come with different coping mechanisms in terms of how to cope with resilience. So the line manager has to step in and be able to do that. But now here's another key. Before we ask of the line manager to say, you need to be able to lead this discussion on resilience, are they capable of having that resilience themselves?
Right.
Do they have the skill sets to be able to lead a team and build the resilience of a team? So I think the starting point before we even look at the employees themselves is equipping the managers with the skill sets and the know-how that they need to be able to build their resilience. And you ask, how does a manager know now if a team lacks that resilience? Some of the behavioral patterns that are seen in employees who are not resilient is you see irritable behavior.
Right.
You see loss of memory, you see short-temperedness, you see stress level in terms of their behavior, how they behave, how they act, and they're very short in terms of indicating with other employees. When you compare that with other employees who do demonstrate resilient behavior, they're more communicative in terms of the communication style. They're strong, they're confident, they care about the employee, the fellow colleagues, the fellow employers, and they also are positioned in terms of wanting to achieve success, in terms of looking forward. No matter what is thrown at them, they still have the positivity to look ahead to say, you know what, this too shall pass.
Right.
And that's important.
Right. I love those elements. I love that she's bringing into the discussion, Lita, this notion that I can't be something to you if I cannot find a way of embracing that in myself. And so part of this journey does start with the individual coming into awareness of where they're at, what support they need, Koleka, and then reaching out in order to try and build some of those systems. I have a question for you guys. I mean, we have municipalities on the line, and municipalities are not the easiest place to work, Koleka.
Yes.
We have leaders on the line. Lita, you and I have worked with many of them. What should we be saying to leaders in terms of trying to make the appeal? What do we say to them in terms of trying to balance those performance indicators when you can see somebody hasn't put their video on in the last 3 or 4 Teams meetings, you know, when you can see that somebody is as Koleka says, is non-communicative. So at the level of leading the system, Lita, what are those things that we can say to our leadership to come to the table with?
Well, I think the most important thing is what you've said, Kubeshni, that, you know, working in the local government sphere, I mean, is actually very important, because local government is the epicenter of service delivery. It's where the rubber hits the road when it comes to service delivery, and therefore it's very important for people that work in local government, leaders, you know, and those that are being led, to understand that what they are doing is more than just a job, but it's a huge responsibility. You know, it's a mandate, basically, you know, and having a mandate to serve people that have been marginalized and excluded for a very long time is a restorative project, you know, that requires people-centered approach, you know, to doing the work that we do in local government, and a genuine concern about people, both internally and externally. So it is this level of consciousness that keeps you going, you know, irrespective of the adversity, because you know why you are doing what you're doing. So it starts with purpose, basically. Understanding why you're doing what you're doing gives you that sense of empathy, you know, and perspective for that matter. So when you know that what you're doing has impact, it makes you find meaning in what you do, both as a leader and those that are being led. And then when you find meaning in what you do, you become happy. And when you become happy, you become more resilient, you know, and vice versa. So it doesn't matter what type of job that you have. What matters is the space you're coming from, you know, as you do your job. Are you approaching your job, you know, as a mandate? Are you approaching your job as a restorative project because you understand, you know, what it means in working in local government? And leaders play a very important role in helping people understand why they are doing what they are doing. So it is our responsibilities as leaders working in local government to paint a compelling picture, to the people that we're leading in terms of why we're doing what we're doing, where is the organization going, the vision, and ensuring that everybody's personal vision actually is part of the collective vision, of the organization. So it's our responsibility as leaders to provide that glimmer of hope, in the midst of this adversity, in the midst of this chaos, and in the midst of this uncertainty that is caused by COVID-19, and give perspective, to people, because hope and optimism is what make people to get up in the morning, and that's what keeps people going, so people need to feel hopeful and be clear about their role, in this journey that we are all in, and that's the leader's responsibility. So as you were saying, that first of all, leaders have to work on their own resilience first, because you cannot give what you don't have, as well as then you can then make sure that you build the resilience of the people that you lead. And always remember that people look up to leaders. When the leader is calm, everybody becomes calm. When the leader is chaotic, everybody becomes chaotic. So paint a clear vision, articulate the vision in a way that is compelling, remind the people where we're going and why we're doing what we're doing, and yes, and I think that I would leave it there for now.
Thank you so much, Lita. I'm going to ask for our last attempt to try and find Dr. Mkhabela, because we would really be missing something if we didn't hear her voice before we closed out today. And while we do that, I'm going to put you on the spot, because you have been a human resource professional for many, many years. And from the themes that Kai and Gemma started in the keynote address earlier on, yes, he's called to the human resources professionals in the room was to go beyond this legislative, rule-bound policy framework that within which we work. Right? He says, hold the regulations, but know for yourself that it's only your point of departure. Now, I'm curious, colleague, when you think about the rules that our human resource professionals hold in place, right? Which of those rules do you think we should want to push a little bit further? Which of those rules around managing people, around managing performance, around understanding, as Fatima said early on, that employees are people, not workers? Which of those rules, colleague, that you've worked with over the years, that you think, you know what, after 2 years of COVID, this one we need to change?
I think the strictness in terms of, as we know, the ways of working have changed. We've heard time and time again to say how you manage performance of employees is no longer that annual performance appraisal that everybody so holds in high regard. Now it's more about connecting with the individual, connecting with the employee, and finding exactly first, before you look at their performance, how they're doing in terms of work.
Yes.
Focus on the individual.
Yes.
How are you, Kubeshni, as a person, as an individual? How are you going through? What do you need to do? And the starting point is, as before we can work on building the resilience of the employee individual, as Lita has pointed out, first the organization, I think, must look at the goals where we started off as a local government. The goals we set before March 2020, are they still relevant today?
Yeah.
Do we need to change them? Do we need to review them? If we do, what steps do we need to take to review them, to change them? And once we've decided what we need to do as a leadership to change them, let's bring the employees along on the journey to say, this is the new target, this is the new force we're going, this is the new direction we're going.
Gotcha.
Once that is done, the next step after that is focusing on the employee mental health and mental wellness. Because here, what I'm telling you, in the springtime, it's beautiful outside, it's sunny, we're cleaning up our cupboards, our houses want to be fresh for spring. But when we look at employees, we're carrying a lot of baggage from what we've been through for the past 18 months. A lot of employees, as many speakers have spoken, have been through a lot of grief, a lot of suffering, a lot of pain, and they've never had a chance to purge and grieve and suffer that loss. And so much happened so quickly that nobody had a chance to kind of recover and recoup to say, what is going on? before we can start putting on new direction and new areas where we're going, let's first revisit and take a step back to say, Kobeshini is my employee, how are you doing, what's going on? Have you had a chance to deal, to grieve? What support can I give you? You know, do we give you counseling? Do we give you a psychologist to speak to get those things out that are buried within you? Because as we are, if we don't prepare the soil to make sure it's ready for new plants, a new seasoning, to plant anew, you're not going to grow anything on that ground. The soil must be fertile and ready, and it's up to the leadership team and the management to make sure that the employees within themselves spiritually, they're cleansed. They've gone through the grief, they've through the process, and the suffering that they've had to endure. And now once that is out, then we can start looking and say, what's the way forward? Where do we move from here? And that's what's more important. And that's where you balance the working performance part to say, these are your goals and targets you need to achieve, but the person itself is important. Because we're going back to that Maslow hierarchy of needs. Until the basic needs are met, you're not going to be able to build anything. You're not going to be able to self-actualize your employees until those basic needs are met.
That's beautiful, Coletta. That's beautiful. I'm really holding Lita. I'm holding this metaphor that she's landing about understanding what's in the garden, understanding the condition of the soil. It connects so strongly with the piece that Fatima spoke to early on about meeting the client where the client is.
Yes.
We can't begin to conceive of trying to push forward in a space where we don't know what we're working with. And we don't, Kollega. So much has changed for us. So much has changed. If we don't connect with the client system, we don't connect with self, we're likely to put a foot forward into an unknown because we simply haven't gauged where we're at.
100%.
Thank you so much, guys. I'm going to close off our conversation this afternoon. I'm assuming that we haven't been able to find Dr. Mkabela. If we're able to find her a little bit later today, we're going to try desperately to try and bring her in, just to bring her voice into the room. Thank you so much for your attention, and thank you very much for your inputs. Thank you, Lita. Thank you, Coletta.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you so much, Kobeshini. Thank you so much for your panel participants. Siyabonga kakhulu, siyabulela, riyaleboha. That was a very encouraging discussion. I think the new way of leading, you would have heard. Sis Kollega spoke about spiritual cleansing. These are concepts and these are words that I think current leadership is not able to touch and put into their leadership practices. And these are the things that we need to start empowering and bringing our leadership across so that they can understand how it is to nurture the garden, as it were. So thank you so much, Kobeshini and Lita and Kollega. Now, I would love to celebrate this author here. And thank you to Salga for allowing us to do this. This is a book. It's called Picture at the Fountain of Wisdom, and it is written by Simphiwe Masiza. Now, thanks to Salga, that we are going to appreciate all of our speakers and our panel members with this beautiful gift that begins to talk to some pearls of wisdom, because Simphiwe Masiza is a CEO of EmpowerWorks. This is an organization that is involved in communication and events management, and he also sits in a number of boards, and is also a sought-after inspirational speaker and charismatic master of ceremonies. He also facilitates and organizes a lot of African continental discussion about the changes of this magnitude as we are going through now, and pursues, I think, with passion that issue of thought leadership. So thank you so much, Salga, for affording us an opportunity to appreciate our speakers and our panel members with this beautiful gift. Now, colleagues, thank you so much for being with us the entire morning. And I'm sure that as we take a break for lunch for the next 30 minutes, it'll afford you an opportunity to just ruminate about this and think about all these conversations that we've had. And when you come back after lunch, you come back refreshed. The time right now, it's 25 past 1. We're going to take a 30-minute lunch, and we should be back to commence the afternoon session at exactly 5:02 in the afternoon. With that, I thank you, and I wish you a good lunch. Thank you.
hiding summer's age no more. No more leaves in summer sky. Turning dark on empty car lots. When summer was my only friend. Say you're back this way again. Winter's one breath away. Say you're back this way again. Winter's one breath away. It's turning cold. Hiding sun, like the hiding sun, feels like it's just begun. Hiding sun, like the hiding sun, waiting for summer sun. Hiding sun, like the hiding sun, feels like it's just begun. Hiding sun, like the hiding sun, waiting for summer sun. The hiding sun, like the hiding sun, feels like it's just begun. Flocking to the sea, crowds of people wait for me. Seagulls scavenge still ice cream. The worries vanish within my dream. I left my soul there, down by the sea. Lost control here, living free. I left my soul there, down by the sea. Lost control here, living free. worth the cost. I'd love to stay. The city calls me home. More hassles, fuss, and lies. I'm afraid. Left my soul down by the sea. I lost control here. Living free. I left my soul down by the sea. I lost control here. Living free. I left my soul down by the sea. I lost control here. Living free. I left my soul down by the sea. Months in here, can't catch the tears. Time never lands. Our love is all that stands now. The streets feel strange. And long lines will never change. I'm so glad to have you when nothing's wrong. In from the past, a sudden blast from spring has gone, and summer keeps on coming on. I'm so glad to have you, and it's getting worse. I'm so glad to know you, and you're even close. I'm so glad to have you, and I'm getting worse. I'm so glad to know you, and you're even close. I'm so glad to have you, and I'm getting worse. I'm so glad to know you, and you're even close. I would like to save you from my misery. I would like to break to a faraway mystery.
Good afternoon and welcome back. Hope that you've enjoyed a good break and you've had a nice snack or a light lunch or a heavy lunch. Whichever one meets your fancy, we're happy with you. So welcome back. Thank you very much. We are all well nourished right now, and we are going to move into the session 3 of our program today. And we've heard a lot about how technology has played a key and an important role in us walking the journey of this pandemic and how we had to adapt our operations to be able to continue during this time. We've heard big words like digitizing, digitization, and all of that. 4R was mentioned a couple of times. So next speaker is going to take us through the ins and outs of this particular interesting subject and share with us, what their thoughts are and how it is that we can get guided around this issue of digitization, the technology, whatever you seem to want to call it. We will get guidance from them. And I would like to welcome onto the stage to talk to us about digitization as an enabler of a rich employee experience. Again, at the core of this is the employee. And I welcome Mr. Kutlwano Chaba. Mr. Kutlwano Chaba is a Chief Digital Officer at SALGA. Welcome, sir. I hand over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Lily. Let's test again. Yeah, sounds good. Still getting used to this. You don't have my presentation. Okay, so I think while you try and find my presentation, I'll just quickly introduce myself. Again, my name is Kutlwano Chaba from Salga Digital, and I've been asked to speak on the topic digitization as an enabler for a rich employee experience. I asked my colleagues just a few minutes ago what a rich employee experience is. One colleague mentioned the word soft life. To those that are connected virtually, you can Google what a soft life is. I also see a couple of confused faces there. Let's hope as soon as we go through the presentation, we can see how this quest for a soft life as an employee can be guaranteed and enriched and delivered through the use of technology. I must look there. Okay. Should I sing a song maybe while we wait for my presentation? But yes, I think while we're waiting as well, Lele, as you're saying, the ins and outs of 4IR, I think you'll see, colleagues, how I've structured the presentation. There's more talk on the actual focus on what employees are going through, the changes that are happening, and less on just really diving into the technologies. And really it's about not using technology just for the sake of technology, but really trying to create value in how we use technology, but also then by extension through the topic here, employee experience. Okay. Next. Back. Yeah. So, part of the contextual analysis that we've done is based on just really reflecting on the sector over and above any other industry that we focus on. And at least from local government point of view, we do acknowledge that we're a very data-rich ecosystem, very process-intensive. We work a lot with multiple stakeholders, from just your citizens, political parties, but also other NGOs that are there. We also, I guess by extension then, are very collaborative in how we do our work, and therefore employees are expected then to touch on all those requirements of working with tons of data, highly regulated processes, and obviously catering for various requirements of stakeholders. At the same time, we also made a reflection that we're very heavy on our KPIs. We're very good at indicating the kind of performance areas you want to cater for, but a bit light on KPIs. And I'm sure the next speaker as well will also speak into the area of KPIs and analytics as well. At the same time, just like any other business, municipalities as well have got various departments, both facing the customers, but also those that are in the back office from your innovation, service delivery, but also then you've got operations in terms of trading services. So in fact, our environment, like any other municipality, like any other business, has got areas that need to drive this whole process of sourcing raw materials or sourcing inputs, doing some process work internally, and then obviously issuing out a product or a service. So there is this buy, make, sell kind of process like any other business, and therefore there are various similarities and parallels between what employees in the local government and also employees in any other sector, if you will. At the same time, we have been forced to move into this modern workplace primarily due to the pandemic. And a research company called Gartner did a quick research in terms of what IT leaders are spending their money on or where they've prioritized IT spending. And what came out was, I guess mainly the top three are really obvious. More collaborative tools as people are working from home. Number two, I think, again, very obvious, we've been Zooming in and out of meetings. So there was a lot of spend on meeting technologies. And by extension, because of people working from home and not in the office, not accessing their servers and physical infrastructure, there was more spending on cloud as well. If you go down, there's other areas of unified communications, which is about streamlining communication platforms for consistent messaging throughout various channels, as colleagues are using various devices as well. Others that are lower in the list were more into content management and so forth. But it's just to say that most of that spending, most of the focus from a digitization point of view and digitalization has been on the obvious requirements of just enabling colleagues to work from home or anywhere for that matter. A supporting research as well by the same entity found a number of other findings. Since the pandemic, they've realized that for every one worker that wanted to work from home before 2020, now there's actually 3. At the same time, for every 4 workers that initially wanted to work from the office, there's only 1. At the same time, productivity levels are a bit declining as fewer tasks are being achieved. And I think that's obvious, colleagues. For all I know, some of the colleagues that are watching from home, there's a Netflix screen on the left and work on the right. So it comes with that adjustment of being responsible, but also then working remotely and independently. While we're migrating to working from home and using technology, what has also been found is that the traditional practices of measuring productivity have actually remained. We still measure productivity by and large through classical methods by time cards or time sheets, written reports, literally things that are just monitoring the inputs and less on the required outputs as well. At the same time, management, and by extension, I guess, managers are really still focusing on being punitive, and just really being managers and not really empowering the employees. And with the working from home, there's infrequent, less fluid communication because there's less contact, and it's creating this whole notion of out of sight, out of mind. But at the same time, what employees are saying is that while working from home, we want more privacy, we want more transparency as well. We work on multiple devices, so enable us to use any device that we have in the house. While also some have also created or raised security concerns as well. So as I'm working from home, using my device or working in a restaurant, connecting to Wi-Fi, how can my IT department support me in terms of securing my own work, but also then securing the infrastructure and the data of my employer? Some of the reflections that we've done from a Salga Digital point of view is something that's very obvious. Your teams are already using multiple applications in terms of catering for their own business problems or personal problems to create value in their own lives, meaning the same guys that we think are not ready for using digital tools are ordering their food online, they're ordering Checkers 6060, they're on Netflix, and they're shooting TikToks as well. And that means we need to also accelerate as employers, as managers, to create a similar environment in our workplace that allows our employees to have that self-agency as well of using multiple resources, multiple devices, multiple applications to cater and address whatever problems they're having in executing their work. And that speaks to value. So they are really saying, and I'll use myself as an example as well. I probably use Checkers 6060 sometimes 3 times a day on a weekend because I keep forgetting things that I need. But there is some value in there because I can stay at home, have a glass of wine while I'm waiting for some meat to be delivered, or stay home, watch my Netflix, not worrying about driving to Checkers. So it's a matter of value. And therefore, when you talk technology and 4IR and all these beautiful titles, it's about how can that create value in whatever I need to do. And so as we're developing our own SALGA digital framework, we also said, how then can we measure this value from a universal point of view? Any entity that exists to solve a problem, to render a service, has to create value. Shareholders look for value. Customers look for value. Suppliers look for value. And there are some universal value drivers that we can use, either from a generic point of view, but also from a SALGA point of view, but also from a municipal point of view. The first two are straightforward. It's about lowering costs, getting more for our buck. So it's just a matter of cost efficiencies from an OPEX point of view, and also from a CAPEX point of view. If you're in business, you're in municipality as well, it's about revenue enhancement. How can tech enable me to enhance my revenue collection, or perhaps even create more revenue streams? From an employee engagement point of view, and you can look at also efficiencies. How can technology help me become faster, simplify my life, have that soft life that I want to experience as well? Development. Municipalities also by design are developmental entities, and therefore how can we bring in technology and all these 4IR tools to drive social development, economic development, bringing in the previously excluded, bringing in or elevating the voice of the excluded or the one that's not heard. And also engagement. How can tech improve engagement, communication, collaboration, but also at the municipal level, how can we also improve engagement with citizens? The last one is innovation, which is strongly linked to the other five as well, meaning how can we also then use tech to bring in new business models, change, or migrating away from previously set assumptions, creating new ways of doing things, or even new revenue models, so new revenue streams as well, or new ways of employee experience, or how then we can redefine what employee experience is by using words like soft life. And that's actually innovation also in the narrative that Thobile used. At the same time, technology must simplify. It should absorb all the complexity so that the user, the one who's using this technology, must have simplicity. And again, my 60/60 example is probably one we can use as well. It simplified my life. It simplified how I shop. It simplified how I quickly replenish the wine in the house. Also, it must allow us to integrate previously disparate or siloed areas. It should allow us to link areas of work, areas of communication and collaboration that would otherwise not exist in the absence of technology. It must also give us pulse. Technology, and we'll hear from the next speaker, help us make sense of our world. So give us that pulse of how well we're doing, how bad we're doing, where the problems are, and that's the function of analytics and data and reports. As I said, also some other value principles about, again, the cost notion, but also the new services, how we can take technology and really redefine our business models, redefine how we do what we do. And to close this loop, we have our digital framework from a SALGA point of view to kind of deconstruct the elements of technology in an easy way so that when we converse, when we talk about technologies, when we talk about problems, we can easily diagnose and really categorize them in the right way. So when consultants come to your offices and sell products, you can actually really understand where they're playing, what problems they're trying to solve by using some sort of framework. And of course, what's a presentation without a framework, right? And our framework has got 8 archetypes, 4 being core, we call the core archetypes, which speaks about just digital infrastructure, platform services and applications. Infrastructure speaking to connectivity infrastructure, physical devices, but also anything that sources data in its raw form. So by extension then, it will also involve operational systems. And this data was sourced from various platforms, various things. We also store that into platforms. And when you speak about 4IR and digitalization and digitization, the notion of cloud comes into play. How we then bring all these data streams, these data sets in their raw forms into one platform that we can allow us to start making sense of that data, creating models or meshing that data, transforming that data. And how do we do that? Through what we call services. So models that we bring in, algorithms that we bring in, but also looking at how we can create data views, if you will. So how to make sense of the data, the raw data that we have, into more meaningful insights that can be used and repurposed by the user. But how does the user access that data? Through applications that they use to access those apps, websites, and other systems. And that's the application layer that we have there. And the anchor archetypes that we have on the periphery speaks to the supporting areas. As we digitize, as we modernize, as we work from home, we also become vulnerable. And the issue of security, it becomes more important. Security of our devices, security of our infrastructure, our buildings, but also then of our data. So cybersecurity, data security, but also physical security. And of course, we also look at legislation. As we digitize, there's also more dangers, more requests for the government to also come up with regulations and policies to drive and manage how we use technology. And one example recently would be obviously the POPI Act, but also it's about what other acts or pieces of legislation exist that are impeding us from digitalizing quicker, from rapidly adopting technology, because some of these legislations were developed or created way before we're talking about 4IR or 3IR. And we also need to relook at some of those that are impeding our progress and also input into changing those to support what we need to do from a digital point of view. There's also issues of governance and compliance, so more on the internal side, the kind of policies we need internally to drive the adoption of technology, to drive understanding how then we can derive that value that we seek to have from the technology. And of course, especially more appropriate for this session, the people element. Technology is created for people, by people, it's used by people, so we also need to check what skills, what new skills and practices and behaviors do we require to fully derive that value that we need from a technology point of view, both from a practitioner point of view, i.e. digital practitioners, but also from the user side of things, i.e. we now need digitally smart users, but also we need business smart digital practitioners as well. And why do we say that? Because all of this exists to address problem statements that exist or opportunities that exist for us that can be taken advantage of by technology, or problems that can be solved by technology. Or we need to enable use cases. I started with my reflection of being a data-rich environment, process-intensive, but also multiple departments in this business called a municipality. And therefore, we need to really start thinking about what use cases do we need to enable with this technology. Meaning, we need to know what we're doing. If you don't know what we're doing, technology won't necessarily solve it. It will just amplify whatever we're doing currently. So it's about really understanding what we do and doing the right things, so that when we want to get efficient now, because doing the right things is effectiveness, so that if we're going to bring technology for efficiency, we'll actually be using technology to help us do the right things and not just being efficient in doing the wrong things. And therefore, we look at those use cases, problem statement, but also what we call user journeys, which is also a subset of this whole experience phenomenon. As I use a system, as I execute a process, how am I experiencing this tool? How am I experiencing this product? And that's understanding the experience at an individual level, even though a system at an architecture point of view is meant to be consistent, do the same thing, but experience is different. We all experience technologies, services in different ways, and therefore we need to be more agile in how we design programs in terms of understanding the various unique experiences and user journeys, which is the steps that they go through and how they interpret when they consume a system or they execute a process. So that's very important, and that's where, in general, when we look at technology, we need to start. What use cases are we enabling? What problem statements are we solving for? Or what opportunities are we taking advantage of? And of course, what are the different journeys we want to cater for in this technology? And at a technical level, when you make decisions on tools to use or even companies to bring in terms of procurement, we also propose that we need to look at a certain number of tenets that drive the decision-making process and ensuring that we get the right products that are fit for purpose for what you need to do. And one of those is it has to be scalable. So even if you're launching a tool for one area, it has to be architected in such a way that it can be scaled to other areas and becomes more usable beyond what it was initially designed for. We think it needs to be cloud first. We have no business worrying about physical infrastructure anymore. Colleagues are everywhere, working anywhere, anytime, and therefore even our buildings need to be different. We don't need server rooms anymore. Let's just really take advantage of cloud. As much as there's talks about cloud and security and where the data is stored, data residency, data sovereignty, I keep telling people that we've all been using cloud more than longer than we think. Half of us use Gmail accounts, and we don't know where the data is stored. We get our bank statements through Gmail and so forth, and therefore, let alone the social media accounts that we have. So we're already there. So let's expand from what we're doing in our personal lives, and the security is also there anyway. As I said again, the tool has to be data-driven, allow us to really derive insights, get as much raw data as possible to allow us to address problem statements from an analytic point of view. Again, setting the scene for the next presentation. It has to be user-focused, understanding those user journeys, understanding the use cases. Therefore, it means also then being user-focused, designing, bringing solutions that are fit for purpose for the realities of our users. Mobile-centric, it goes without saying. We're always on the move. We're using devices, multiple devices, and therefore solutions that we bring in need to also address that mobile need. Lastly, future-oriented, and that's a function of how we build and architect systems. When you build a house in such a way that should a window break, you don't need to build a new house to replace the window. You can just replace only the part that was lost, and therefore how we become future-oriented as well as build systems in pieces that can be deconstructible but also then composable by nature to allow us to actually take advantage of any other emerging technology that may come in. So what priorities should we have both as digital practitioners but also as people leaders or HCM leaders or human resource practitioners? What we're saying is you have to start with your governance processes as well. Acknowledge the digital function or the IT function as an integral part of your decision-making process, of your ExCos, but also as a standing agenda item in all your other operational meetings as well. Why? They need to know your problem statements. They need to know the use cases they need to enable. They need to know the opportunities that are there, so that when they do bring in solutions, they also know what they're actually fit for purpose, and they really fully understand what they're trying to solve. Also, it's about digitalizing the general environment and the productive environment, meaning allowing and empowering employees to have the right tools that allow them to work anywhere, anytime, have access to information anywhere, anytime. Again, speaking to the next level, building that analytic focus, allowing colleagues also, when they use systems, also to have some self-service analytic capability to know how productive they are, how much time they spend on YouTube versus the Zoom meetings that they're supposed to be attending, so that they can also appreciate how much time they're spending on what's important and how much time they're spending on what's not, i.e. how much time they're doing the right things. But also it's about how then, especially from an engagement point of view, from a human resource lens, how well we use digital channels to promote engagement, to enhance engagement with employees, to know what's happening, to know how well, to feel listened to as well, how well the organization is moving, not just through just communication emails, but really feel like we are augmenting and recreating that previous office environment. But what does it really mean in practical terms? As I said, it means focusing more on tools that allow for self-service, for employees to do things themselves, to solve their problems, to find information as when they need. So less contact, but allow them to solve the problems themselves. So the same way as I found that 60/60 solved my problem of having to go to multiple aisles and checkers looking for my bottle of wine. So at the same way, we need to look at tools that allow employees to have that self-service capability and solve their problems, but at the same time to collaborate better, again, augmenting the same or replaying that whole environment that we had previously of being in one room and drawing pictures, the same thing, that collaboration must be supported in the tools that we bring in the environment. I've mentioned productivity tools. There's a lot of tools that exist out there that can be given to employees for them to know how, as I said, how well they're doing, how much time they're spending on certain tasks, so that they can also not overwork themselves at the same time, also not be inefficient in what they're doing. Another piece of tool or tool decision making is that what tools do we need to bring transparency? Less contact also means things get done, decisions get taken independent of consultation with employees, and therefore we need to have tools that allow for that transparency and tracking of things in terms of decisions, meetings, and what's coming, so that again we continue to extend that physical environment benefits that we have before. Lastly, and I think if you look at what we saw in terms of the spending, we need to have tools that allow for omni-channel, omni-access, and omnipresence. So why? Colleagues are using multiple devices. They're working from anywhere, anytime, in the bedroom, in the restaurants, and therefore we need to ensure that our environment from a digital point of view, especially at an infrastructure layer, allows for them to do that and still maintain their productivity levels. Other emerging tools that are already available are about user pattern analysis, where the more we work from home, the more we develop other habits of working. Some colleagues now prefer working 3 hours in the morning, going out and handling other business, and working again for the last 8 hours maybe in the evening. And we need to understand those kind of dynamics that are emerging, and that we can only get that insight if we have tools that actually assess that without obviously the ethical discussion of spying, but really just ensuring that we see how users are doing what they do, but also then at a self-management point of view to see, okay, look, this is an emerging way of work, and therefore this is how I prefer to work, and therefore this is how I can also inform my colleagues when they can find me, or how we can work together in a way that it does not impede on other people's progress. Also, we need to look at tools that allow us to run workflows. Processes are integrated, systems are integrated, and people are integrated as well. So what I do also impacts on what my colleague may need in another department, and vice versa. And therefore, we need to ensure that we focus more on workflows that can be automated as well, and areas of robotics, in terms of what we call robotics process automation, also are bringing solutions that can assist in automating certain processes that would require less admin and repetitive work from colleagues. But also let's look at tools that make the life of colleagues simpler. Just as you're sitting on your desk, you would want clarity and neatness. There are tools that exist to create a more hygienic digital workspace as well, so that you don't get bombarded again, as I said, with number of processes, requirements, a lot of applications all over the show. Again, and that is that can only be achieved if we know what the user experience is, what the employee experience is, or requirement for that experience, or the user patterns are, so that we can actually customize using current technologies to customize really tools, data, views, reports based on how the employee consumes and accesses whatever tools they use. And I'll give an example before I close. And here's a quick example or a quick solution for where you can start. We all are using Microsoft in one form or the other, and the current suite of Microsoft tools in Microsoft 365 has got almost 80% of some of the tools that I spoke about, all embedded within Teams, embedded with the new Outlook, embedded with the way we store data in terms of the cloud side of the OneDrive, and there's a number of tools that exist there that are available, covered by that license, to employees. And it's a matter of the digital colleagues and HR colleagues to put pressure on the digital colleagues to say, what tools are there that can assist for the following? Some are small apps that can be used for your own productivity management. Some are about quick collaboration in terms of communication, avoiding sending emails to just say noted, or well received, and rather using and mimicking some of the WhatsApp kind of culture, using Teams and using other technologies that exist within that Microsoft suite. So I think that's also one thing that colleagues must take back when they go back to their offices and put pressure. Are we on Microsoft 365 yet? in terms of then the emerging thing of employee experience, it's really about what we call this voice of the employee, because experience is no different to customer experience than the voice of the customer. It's about then how then do we create, and I'm using this human deal framework by Gartner in terms of, do we really listen to the employee, do we acknowledge the employee, but also understand the nuances that are quite unique for an employee in their own self. And you'll see what some of these topics mean in the normal English that's there. I feel autonomous. That's what I want to feel. I feel like I'm running my processes. I'm executing my work the way that it works for me, especially because I'm working anywhere, anytime. Personal growth. How can we also allow for the learning part of self-development using technology and customizing learning programs using analytics based on a role of an employee, but also how they're using the various tools that they're using. So how then do we facilitate using some of these tools for employee growth? Feeling cared for. One of the previous presentations spoke about that whole mental health and wellness. Do we really know and understand the space that our employees are working from? Some of the colleagues may have the benefit of having large houses with offices and studies, but some colleagues live in flats. They share flats with their friends. Do we make decisions in improving that employee experience and giving them the right tools, both hardware and also software, to actually take advantage of the environment, but also ensuring that they still remain productive, whether they're working from bed or they're working in the garden? I feel invested. Again, technology, collaboration, the tools need to come as well that allow us to still continue to feel connected, that we are still in the office. And there's a lot of technologies that are emerging from this concept of the metaverse, almost a confluence between virtual reality and physical reality, where we actually feel like we're in the same room with your employees or your colleagues, and you get to collaborate as if you're in the same room. And those are technologies that can really embed and continue having that whole form of a shared purpose and feeling connected to your team members and colleagues without being with them in the same room. And that whole concept also can also be expanded to training as well. I mean, this pandemic will live with us for a while, and as we look at training and simulated training, work-based training, technologies in virtual reality, augmented reality, mixed reality, and this notion of the metaverse become more and more important. And that's what colleagues in HR must really put pressure on their digital colleagues to say, that's what we want. It's already being used in other areas. Let's bring it also in our environment. And I think the deeper connection one is, it goes without saying. And what it means for, and this is my second last slide because I feel like I'm speaking for an hour, colleagues. For HR colleagues is about then what can we do from a policy point of view, from a mentality point of view, in terms of bringing policies and behaviors that support what employees need, their user experiences, their use cases that they need to enable, their prompt statements from how they work from home and in the office, is that really embrace that notion of flexibility. Allow colleagues to define how they want to work, whether it's time, whether it's work hours, how the day is structured. Also allowances. Do we give them the right allowances financially to use their tools, to use the data, to really take advantage of the technologies, because they do need data and the right kind of software that is there. But if they also procure other tools that allow them to become more productive, can we give them those allowances? Maybe we should, because we are looking at having those nuances that are quite unique, and experiences and requirements that are unique to the employees. Also policies. Elevating policies like bring your own device to work. So BYD, bring your own devices, so that we can also appreciate that colleagues can find ways of executing their jobs using whatever devices they have, and therefore have those policies from an HR point of view to enable the IT colleagues to do what they need to do on their side. Wellness support, I think that's pretty straightforward. Sentiment analysis, again, putting pressure on the next speaker. How are we really listening in terms of the conversations that are happening, the information we're getting through the surveys that we do internally, in terms of really understanding the voice of the employee? And can we also use other areas like social media? Some colleagues do actually vent in social media about their own employees. Can we then use tools like sentiment analysis on social listening to really gauge the sentiment about how our employees feel about us, their environment, and if they are happy, if they are well, and so forth. So let's also use this data analytic tools to actually, again, make sense of our environment. Another thing that's very important is really looking at this whole notion of tools of trade from an HR point of view. Are we really matching and mapping roles with the technologies that are emerging? So tools of trade are not just about the company car anymore and just getting a laptop, but also really understanding some of the other tacit components that make up a role and really understanding what is really required from a technology point of view, from a software point of view, to support the employee becoming more productive, but also maintaining wellness and also delivering on what they need to do. I've mentioned a lot about the self-service analytics, but also management support, really. If you don't elevate some of these requirements of bringing technology for employee experience and employee wellness, they'll remain in the corridors because they don't have that executive support. And that's very important as well, colleagues. So it's really about creating that culture of digital dexterity, really the behaviors and mindsets that we need to inculcate in the thoughts and the behaviors of our employees to say, we really want technology to help us to do what we do better. So they must demand. So it's more about a customer-led or user-led kind of digitalization rather than just a product dump or a product push from our side. Colleagues, I think this is the last slide, I think. Some of the use cases that are enabled when it's cloud computing is about working anywhere, data anywhere, computation anywhere. AI is allowing us right now, even with Microsoft 365, looking at how you're using your email, who you're connecting with regularly, and it gives you these dashboards and these landing pages that allow you to see exactly who you need to see, the data that you need to see first, so that you become more productive and quicker. And that's AI looking at your own sets of behaviors and so forth. And I think some of the SALGA colleagues may have started seeing that if they're using the Office 365 online dashboard. Robotics, I mentioned an area of RPA, robotics process automation. It's really about automating and executing processes that are very repeatable, rule-based, that then would not require the involvement of employees. So can be used in recruitment, going through CVs, but also on finance side, it can help people with invoice processing, and it really builds on what we used to do back in the day, building macros on Excel, for example, and they doing automated decision-making and computations. So now it's on another level, at a process level, that it stands to benefit us. I've mentioned the examples of augmented reality, and data analytics is actually the next presentation that will also cover that point. I think that's my last slide, colleagues. Oh, but I do have one more slide. Lastly, as a parting shot, as digitalization brings various models, there's now a conversation of really embracing what we call the gig economy, where colleagues don't want permanent jobs, but rather want to have assignments. And we need to start catering for that kind of mindset of saying, can't I just get the following skill just as I need it, versus hiring and keeping someone for one set of skills that I don't need for a longer period of time. I'll leave it at that, but that's something for colleagues to think about. Thanks, Chair, for your time. We're running late anyway, so I thought, hey, why not? Let me continue. Thanks.
Thank you. Thanks, Kutlwano. I was laughing at myself because at work we are beginning to introduce a competence called the digital native. I don't know how to explain it, but yeah, similar to what you talked to as digital native. And I'm reminded of a conversation with my son where I was telling him about push email. And he was like, huh? Why are you pushing email? Because he is of a different generation that doesn't know that at that point in time, we used to only get email when we were at work and from a laptop or a computer, you know? He didn't understand the idea of push email. So the things have moved, and you know, and the journey through the pandemic also, I'm learning as an HR person. I'm glad that you are making that connection and that link between the people practitioners and the digital practitioners. You know, to say let's talk a bit more. Let's see how we can assist in service delivery, developmental service delivery, metaverse. I've got that. So I'm gonna go through this term wherever. I'm like, I'm metaversed, like, you know, I'm learned now, you know. So thank you for that, appreciate it. And I think you did well in clearing the floor for our next speaker, Mr. Sean Barnes, who is head of analytics business stream at 21st Century. He's an executive director and heads up 21st Century Consulting Africa and Middle East business, the big portfolio. He's got over 20 years experience consulting across various areas, including reward, executive reward, organizational design, analytics, strategic workforce planning. Held various positions in the past during his time with Hay Group, including head of reward for Sub-Saharan Africa, regional head of reward for Africa, Middle East and Southeast Asia, and head of organizational design for South Africa. Sean has led international projects in over 40 countries across several industries, including mining, FMCG, financial services, and telecommunications. Sean holds degrees in humanities and business from the University of the Witwatersrand and the University of Stellenbosch Graduate School of Business. If you can just join me on the stage, Sean. Sean is going to talk to us about data and how we have come to appreciate its role in what we do, and how it has played a very significant role in the decisions that have been taken by countries worldwide during this impact of the pandemic, as we were adapting and rearranging ourselves, our lives and our operations to continue into the future. So he's going to take us and probably tell us about data maturity and all of those nice things. If not, as an HR practitioner, I'm very excited to hear how it is that I can mine this. Thank you. Over to you, Sean.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Can everybody hear me? I'm going to speak at the podium because it feels like I'm delivering a graduation speech at a university, so it's nice being on this side of it for a change and not on that side. Firstly, thank you all for giving me an opportunity to speak. Three things have happened to me in the last 2 weeks that have been good. The first is I got a chance to travel internationally again, not very far, only as far as Nairobi, but that was quite an experience after a year and a half, nearly 2 years of being at home. The second is actually speaking to live delegates today and not looking at you all through a screen. And the third is thank you for forcing me to learn how to make a tie again, which I haven't done for a long time either. Right, so what are we going to talk about today? I'm going to take a bit of a step back from the previous speaker, and really what I've put together for you is a little bit of a mixture. There are some slides that I've included for content purposes that you are welcome to go and read through at your leisure. And then there are other slides that I just want to stress and spend a little bit of time on because we don't have much time. And a subject as broad as this that I've been working with for about 12 years now is really very, very complex and can get very complex. So what I'd like to do is just start off with the analytics and types of analytics and really spend quite a bit of time on the types of analytics, because that will tell you where you are in terms of what you're doing with analytics right now. And it's a very easy test, and I've included that with the pack as well. I will then speak about building a human capital database and data checking and sources. And there's a couple of very key, simple principles and concepts I want to get across to you. That's based on mistakes I've made, mistakes my team has made over the years. I started working with this, as I say, about 12 years ago when I was still with a company called Hay Group. And we started with our first strategic workforce planning global initiative because we were a global company. And analytics, human capital analytics, is still a very, very undeveloped area. And it's an area where we're still learning as we go along and learning what works and doesn't. So what I'd like to leave you with today is really some key messages and concepts of what to do as well as what not to do. And also provide you with some content in the slides that you can read after my address. Right, so you know, we can start with a textbook. I'm sure you've heard it enough today. What is analytics? It's really the communication of patterns in data. Now, please, I must just stress that word patterns. And I must stress the word communication, because you can take statistics and analytics and you can throw them at somebody till that person drowns in figures. And they still have no idea what you're trying to tell them. One of my lecturers at the University of Stellenbosch Graduate School of Business used to love that book that you can still find, I think on Amazon, called, people will say you get lies, big lies, and then you get statistics. You can do almost anything you want with analytics and statistics. And you can tell almost any story that you want, as we've seen with the vaccination, how can I put it, debates we've had the last year or so around getting vaccinated for the pandemic. But what we really want to do with analytics is we want to dig for truth within a data set. And more than that, what a lot of people do is they pull out data and then they look at rows and rows and rows of figures and rows and rows and rows of numbers. Or they go into a presentation to the Exco and say, guess what? Our workforce performed at a rate of 6.8 this year. And Exco say, well, that's wonderful. What does 6.8 mean? And people will say, well, we don't know. We just pulled the data out and we saw 6.8. Okay, is it good? Is it bad? No, we don't know. We didn't pull that out either. So we don't know what it was last year. Have we gone up? Have we gone down? Is it good? Is it bad? What story does it tell? So that's one of the biggest mistakes I've seen people make with human capital data and with analytics is they don't illustrate a message, a trend, or an anomaly. And what it's meant to do at the end of the day, it isn't meant to show off your analytic and IT skills or your HR skills. It's meant to really serve as quantifiable input into decision making. So what you produce must make decision making simpler for certain people. And we do this often with companies where we really look at what we can do to provide them with benchmarks for their workforce, for their productivity, for performance over a period, whatever the case may be, that can really feed into the human capital team and the Exco and say, if we need to hire more people next year, how many? If we need to get rid of some people, how many? Over what period of time? Is there a way we can do this differently than just laying off 20% of the workforce, which is the lazy, old-fashioned way we have of doing these things, and which we really shouldn't be doing anymore with the current political climate and economic climate. So this is really what analytics is about, a combination of data science and statistics that needs to draw things out and then present them in a way that makes sense and is helpful. And you might think that the initial part is the difficult part. It's actually the second part that's the more difficult part in our experience, of delivering the message and communicating the message in a way that makes sense to people, and that you don't get people's eyes glazing over when they just see rows and rows and rows of figures that make no sense. I'm not going to spend any time on 4RR. I'm sure you've heard enough about it today. But it's really all these areas that we draw on that the speaker prior to me has spoken about as well. Cloud computing, the cloud, artificial intelligence, simulations, all the various platforms we get these days. But the point I want to make here is, very often you get clients who say, I cannot afford to get involved in data analytics. And you say to them, why not? And they say, because when they look at a model like this, and they think of these things, we don't have the budget for a SAP system or an Oracle system or Great Plains or whatever it is that they're looking at. We don't have a 50 million rand budget to spend on that. And the message I want to give is you don't need that big budget. And I'll expand a little bit on that in the next few minutes. So this is really the first main message that I wanted to get through, is that you get 4 types of analytics. And it really moves up in steps of complexity. Your most basic form of analytics is your descriptive analytics. That just explains what happens. And you're well used to these as HR practitioners. When someone says to you, what was our staff turnover rate? And you say 8%. That's a descriptive analytic. You're already practicing descriptive analytics if you can supply that figure. So you're further than you thought. We then move up to the next level of analytics, and that is diagnostic analytics. And this is where it starts to get a bit trickier, because now if you've said our staff turnover was 10%, and you've actually included something useful and said last year it was 6%, and somebody then will ask you, well, why has it gone up and nearly doubled? You will then be able to say it was because we shut down a division. And therefore, part of that statistic is people who were laid off. So you're able to explain it. So this is really where you move from just producing numbers to being diagnostic and actually explaining what the number means. And now, analytics is starting to be useful. If you then go to the next level, and this is really this new area that we call strategic workforce planning, where you use your descriptive and your diagnostic methodologies, and now you start moving into the future, and you use enough legacy data and put the messages together, and now you're able to forecast what might happen. So if we take into account people reaching retirement age, our annual rate of people leaving for the last 4 years, and we take a median of that, and we put the two together, we will be able to forecast that in 3 years' time, in Division A, we will have a crisis in terms of delivery. Because at our current rate of recruitment, we will not be recruiting enough people to fill the gap and the vacuum left by the people in 3 years' time in that division that will retire and that will leave through natural attrition and joining other companies, etc. So that's where we get into predictive. The point after predictive, and many people would say, well, isn't predictive the top end of the scale? No. As a human resources or human capital professional, your next point is really the top point, and that is the prescriptive element. And that's where you take what you've predicted and what you've forecast, and you now add a proper message to it, and you recommend an action based on the forecast. So it's not only a case of saying, you know, scaring the heck out of your executive and saying, listen, in 3 years' time, in our IT department, we are going to have about a 50% reduction in staff because of ABC. And the executives all turn red and then purple and then blue and reach for their sedatives. What you need to then say is, but we have developed a ramp up or an increase in our recruitment, and we're going to up our recruitment on the following levels in the following ways over the next 2 years to mitigate the crisis we will have in year 3. Does everybody understand the point I'm making? That you actually lead people to a point where you are providing something that is of use. Now, what I've put here at the bottom of the slide is a very simple traffic light indicator of where is human capital at the moment. And this is not only local government, this is government, non-governmental, private companies, etc. Some are further than others. But in our part of the world, we really are quite good at descriptive. We've had to do it for years from a human capital point of view. We have to draw our gender statistics, our race statistics. We have to produce BBBEE reports, certain reports for the Department of Labor, certain reports for our annual reports if we're a listed company. So we're used to descriptive, and we are fairly good at diagnostic as well. So we've got our finger on some of the usual descriptive analytic sides where we can talk about people we've lost, why we're not gaining people, we're not able to recruit enough people according to our targets because our salaries are too low, or etc., whatever the reason might be. But we're less good at the strategic workforce planning or predictive part of it. And there companies are starting to come on board. But we are really, really bad at the prescriptive part, which is recommending actions. And I mean, it makes sense. You first need to get a lot better at looking at the future and the strategic part of it before you can really master, identifying and providing solutions to your executive or to your C-suite that helps them with what they need to do. I've put together in this slide, and I'm not going to go into it, just a greater overview of what I've spoken about and included a few human capital examples. It's very, very small typing, so please don't start reaching for your glasses and think you need an eye test. I will leave this. I've spoken through it, and I've just included it for your for purposes of reading when you receive the presentations. If we look at analytics and data, the lifeblood of analytics is data. We do not have analytics if we don't have data. And you know, we have to ask, do we have a database of HC metrics? Now, the thankful answer is yes, because if you have employee personnel records, if you have performance scores, and if you have a payroll, and the simplest probably being a payroll, yes, then you already have a database of HC metrics. And the point I want to make here is that you don't need to start moving into the extreme resource, enterprise resource platform solutions like a SAP, etc., that cost millions. You know, one of our best sources of data when we start is our payroll or our employee data sheets. You need to decide what should be included in the database and how often your database should be updated. Because if you are going to start getting into prescriptive analytics and workforce planning, if you are working on outdated data or outdated numbers, and the numbers have changed in the last year, you might find your whole hypothesis out the window, and you're on the market with your CV looking for another job because you've told your executive something that's completely different. One golden rule before I carry on. I'm sure somebody before me today has mentioned the GIGO rule. Garbage in, garbage out. So please remember, your information has got to be sound. It's got to be up to date. You know, so often I get to a company and I say, can I see your people structures? And they'll show me something, and then I'll go off to the operational department and say, okay, HR gave me your people structure, and they'll say, oh no, that structure's 2 years out of date. You cannot be working with data 2 years out of date. So the quality of the data and the model that you use to put that data through. If garbage goes in, no matter how good you are on IT platforms, no matter if your cousin passed, I don't know, a Harvard data analytics course with merit and they did the system for you, if you give your cousin data that is bad, what comes out on the other end will be useless as well. So please just remember that principle. I want to spend just a few minutes on this slide because it's quite important. You need to understand and start with what is the purpose of the database. And please, the speaker before me spoke and used the word scalable. Please start simply. Don't go for the top tree, SAP. We've got new analytics platforms that analyze millions of rows of data and that are wonderful, very expensive, and push out beautiful things. Start small first. And for yourself and your budget, consider the second point. What is the best versus the right solution? Okay? So the two might not always be better. Yes, the right solution might be that you do purchase some expensive analytics program that takes all your HC metrics and pushes everything out. But it might not be the best solution for where you are in your analytics journey. You need to decide who will own the database, and I'm quite insistent on this. If the data is pushing out human resource or human capital metrics, please let human capital own the database. You know, you're welcome to ask other parts of the company, such as IT or even finance, some people in finance, to assist you with certain areas. But, you know, if this is the database that you're using to push out your messages, you should really be the owners of that. Because you are the experts at the end of the day that are going to add these solutions and the messages. And then you have to work out how data savvy your team is. And I'm going to speak here in a little while and tell you in the next slide a little bit about what data savvy means. Some tips I'll go through very, very quickly. Keep it small and simple in the beginning. Don't try and run before you can walk. Use a format or technology or platform that people understand. I've seen some of these platforms that are beautiful, but you know, it would have to be an IT architect with 10 years of experience who would look at it and understand what it's saying. If the platform doesn't have a way of communicating simply, it's not worth the money you're spending on it. You need to get buy-in from your team. You need to schedule checkpoints and milestones if you are going to build up a database and build up your tests. And again, said by the speaker before me, it goes for this part of analytics as well. Rather build a scalable database. build something that you can develop over time rather than trying to go for the big bang all in one go. You know, check your data, make sure it's up to date. I've said this earlier, just a few points on that. You know, identify your parameters and look for silly things. If somebody gives you salary data from from your payroll, and you've got last year's payroll, and you look at this year's payroll data versus last year's payroll data, and in some instances it's lower, shouldn't you be saying, who's given me the wrong data? Because it doesn't make sense. So within the parameters, it doesn't make sense that people are earning less this year. It's actually against the, against the various tenets of labor law that we have in this country. View the data critically. Does it tell a story? Please don't just throw data onto a screen to impress people. It sends them to sleep very quickly. It must tell a story. As I say, I have this rule with my team. If it doesn't tell a story, and if everybody in the room can't say, we see the story and we understand what the story is trying to tell us, go back and redo it again. And it takes a lot of work. A very hoary old English politician called Winston Churchill once said, "I'm sorry I'm writing you such a long letter, but I didn't have time to write you a short one." So, very often with analytics, people suffer from that. They just throw everything into a report and hope that somewhere people will say, "Oh, that was interesting and that was good." You've really got to make it have a message. You need to start small and scale up. You need to have somebody leading it from the inside, from HR, from human capital. Really efficient update and checking processes, going back to what I said numerous times, good, bad data in, bad data out, and plan for future analytics requirements as to how you'll build over time. And once again, the key word coming from the previous speaker as well, scalable, and I'll add to that incremental. Just some quick data source examples. Payroll, if you've got job grades, they're a good source of data. They can help you with your organizational design, seeing career paths, gaps between levels. Can this level actually move up to the next level of management, or is the gap too big? Leave, absence, the employment contract itself, line managers in terms of performance, performance reviews, performance scores. You can look at that and say, what are the messages that the performance scores are giving us? Is the performance management system fair if we look at how the scores are allocated amongst departments? You can look at engagement surveys, a wonderful source of employee data, and it's taking other projects that you run and that you've budgeted for and withdrawing the data from them. And then also, go to other departments like IT and finance, and, as the speaker before me alluded to, check what they can help you with as well. I find very often in large organizations, there's not enough collaboration between departments where, one department will actually go out and hire consultants, and as much as I'm a consultant and would support that and applaud you, I sometimes think if that resource is already in another department, couldn't you have saved some money and rather done with internal collaboration and using your own resources? Really, the statistical methods, please, as an HR practitioner, what is it that you look for? What I've generally found in conclusion, as part of the conclusion, is that human capital people are scared of numbers. They come from talent, etc. I come from a legal background. I'm not strictly a human resource person. But what we do find is that generally human resource people are human resource people because they didn't elect to study finance or they didn't elect to study IT. But what you do need is if you have members of your team who are working with your analytics and who need to bring their knowledge of HR to bear, because as much as finance or IT can give you those analytics, you are the ones that need to add the message and communicate them. You are the subject matter expert, the SME. So you really need to find basic statistical methods. And this rings true for a range of subjects like count, sum, average, mean, median, standard deviation, conditional formulas. I've given you a few examples here, all of which are available in one very simple package called Excel, which is on Microsoft 365 as we've heard. So in conclusion, and it's, as I said, just a few key points, you do need analytics to start predicting trends, to start doing predictive analytics, to start seeing where your people are, where they'll be, are your talent programs working, are your promotional programs working, where are we losing people? We had a client the other day that did an incredible prediction of after a study of 7 years worth of data of where the glass ceiling was for people in the company and where most people were leaving and what they had to do at that glass ceiling to fit in extra career development. Start on a smaller scale though and build a model that's scalable. Don't go for the big bang. Please don't rely on your traditional HR competencies when you're building up talent within HR. You do need a mixture of HR and statistics so that you, at the end of the day, have something. But you can't outsource it all to non-HR or non-human capital people because they won't be able to add the insight, they won't be able to add the full solution, and they won't be able to get the message across in the best possible way. I've put a very simple point there, please, people, and I know you'll laugh. Never underestimate Excel if you're starting. It remains a very, very good tool to start with. Please remember the GIGO principle, garbage in, garbage out. And the last point, as I say, please, once you dive into analytics and data analytics and start looking at the trends in your people and what they're doing and how things are working, and you start to enjoy it, it's a little bit like you become a kid in a candy store and you can't wait to get out of it and you want to see this and that and that and that and that. Please produce a story. Do not produce data just for the sake of it. And remember, in closing, there must be a story behind it. Thank you very much. Thank you, Jay.
Thank you, Sean. Appreciate that. I think it was very clear. It was direct to the point. I've taken a couple of notes, and as I've indicated earlier on and previously in other topics that we've discussed, the Salga app, Seminars app, will have all of these presentations and all of this information that has been shared with us today by the different experts and subject matter experts. So please go into that, download these documents, read them, and start those critical conversations at the local level, at our municipalities. Engage and cross-collaborate with each other. You know, let's get out of our spaces as HR practitioners. Let's go out into business and let's call them out and start engaging in discussion, you know, thought leadership. Let's encourage that as well. Let's tap into the leadership of the organizations that we are leading or co-leading with. Thank you so much, Sean. Appreciate it. We move now to the next. We're still sitting in the Digi space and the Digi and information and data space. We are going to obviously talk to a subject that is called a simulated demonstration of the municipal HR Pulse, an automated HR maturity profiling tool. As you can see in the program, we had Mr. Tendai Nyahuye, who was supposed to speak to us from Daita. Unfortunately, something came up, was not able to make it. However, we do have a subject matter experts from the same company, Mr. Paul Sijake. Mr. Paul Sijake is a certified Green Belt, Lean and Six Sigma professional, business analyst designation, with a degree in investment science and an honors in financial economics and investment management, with more than 6 years experience in the industry. Throughout his career, he has gained experience across a variety of industries, both private and public sectors. He has experience in requirements gathering and analysis, systems architecture. We heard that Kutlwano spoke to it earlier on, UI designs, project management, enterprise implementations, organization-wide, at a strategic-wide, integrative. Deboho talked to integrative earlier on. Data mining and analytics. We've just had Sean take us through how we then, mine our data and how we then take it through the 2 Ds and the 2 Ps to create value for the organization. Training, development, and UAT testing, user acceptance testing, once we've obviously deployed a solution into the environment. He has strong abilities to work under pressure, set priorities, results-oriented, client-focused, and meet tight deadlines. May I invite Paul Sijake to join me on the stage and take us through this presentation. Thank you. Let me spray you so that you touch this thing.
Okay.
She didn't come this time
She
around.
didn't come this
Yeah,
time around.
yeah.
Is it me?
Yeah, there you go. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Good day, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Paul Sejake, a business analyst by profession. I represent a company called Data. It's an IT servicing company that prides itself to excellence. I speak on behalf of our CEO, Mr. Tendai Nyaue, who couldn't be here. So it means for now, I'll be an interim CEO for 20 minutes, you know. Oh yes, oh yes. So yeah, I'm here to speak about one of the new products that Salga has launched. It is called the Municipal Pulse self-profiling tool, right? I'm now just waiting on my presentation so that I can take you through it. Okay. Great stuff. So this specific tool, there is a short video that was compiled by Salga that describes a bit of everything that is being said on this specific slide here. You can get that information on the Salga app, and you can download it and more or less familiarize yourself with the actual application. It has been a great collaboration with Salga, and so I would also like to more or less give you a slight overview of its benefit, the benefits that we have realized, before I can jump into the actual application that we have done for Salga. There are a couple of benefits. There are few of them, you know, but we've just highlighted 6 for now. One of it being after we have done the application and have realized the actual benefits, things like we have managed to reduce completed time of annual assessments. There is instant real-time data and reporting. There is an administrative and travel cost savings, ability to update assessment questionnaires at any point in time, reduced time error from manual process to automation, anytime communication and reassessment by municipalities. So these are more or less the benefits that have been realized there. The application is up and running, it's live. It's now just waiting on the municipal users to start engaging in it. This is how I'm going to set up my presentation. The presentation is going to be split into 3 sections. The first section is what I call the gateway functionalities. And then we get now into the other 2 portals that we have created for Salga. What I mean by gateway functionalities are more or less the functionalities that a user gets into before they can get into the application. Things like the landing page. When you press www.salga.co.za, you get into the landing page, right? Things like user registration, where a user can register. User login, reset password. Those are more or less the gateway functionalities. Then we'll move into the municipal portal, of which there are underlining submenus to the actual application, in which I will run you through the onboarding screen, the demographic info, the assessment questionnaire, the dashboard, the report, and the search button. And I will end up with the Salga admin portal itself. So this is the landing page of Salga. What I want everybody to do is to visualize it. You know, this is the actual thing that they will be using and seeing when they actually get in. We ensured that we keep to the corporate identity of Salga. That's the landing page. It more or less gives you an overview of the profiling tool, what it is for first-time users before they can log in. You know, just try to understand what it is, what its mandate, and etc. It has all added other features, like, you know, you can do, you can actually have contact me. There are frequently asked questions on the landing page. You can get features of what, when you're inside the actual application, what you'll be doing. Now I get into the gateway functionalities. When a user now registers, this is what information that they will get. They will be coming up to a beautiful page in which they will put in their user registration details. What is more vital here is the bottom part called role. The role defines who does what at a municipality. So on this application, we have two user types. We have a capturer and an approver. A capturer is the key person in the municipality who would be appointed to complete the actual assessment due for the municipality. And the approver would be the one to actually overview and authorize what has been put. So it's important to identify these users at registration point, because every dashboard, each dashboard has its own look and feel. And then, once a user has actually registered, they will get a pop-up message telling them they have successfully registered, and an email of such sort will be coming into their email boxes to verify their actual email. Then we then get into an actual login page in which it will be more or less something like this, of which a user will just put in their email address and password. This specific information that's put here is from a municipality, it's from a municipal portal, not a SALGA representative. A SALGA representative will then log in through an Active Directory, through Office 365. And then you'll have more or less the actual reset password that you will actually can actually do as well, in which there will be also email triggers, email notifications. There's a workflow of almost everything that is inside here. Then we get now into the first user portal. The first user portal is the municipal portal. The municipal portal is for the municipality. The municipality which is incorporated using two users. The capturer and the authorizer. First-time user. For a first-time user, it's important that you cannot take them through the onboarding journey, because at first the person can access a specific application but would not understand anything about it. They would not know where to start, they would not know where to go. It will just be, a point of which they're literally trying to find something. And so here, we put the onboarding screen just for educational purposes. So you'll have the onboarding screen which will tell you more about the application, etc. And then thereafter, you will then get into the demographic information. Firstly, the user will complete their demographic information, of which it has 3 sections. The 3 sections, which is the primary interviews details, the municipal demographics, and the functional demographics. Once the user has successfully submitted this information, then the user will then be enabled to complete the assessment, right? The assessment, when you first see it, it will be more or less something like this. It will have all the value chain areas, all the 12 value chain areas in it, in which the user will be able to then choose whichever value chain area to complete, and they can start with. It is not restricted to starting from strategic planning to a specific place. You can literally start from anywhere you want and complete at any point in time. So it will start off like this, and then when you are literally done, okay, when you actually get into a specific value chain, this is a structure of the actual questions. It will show a list of the questions that you have. You can respond, you can attach any evidence that you have, and you can put your comments to it. Hence I say different users have different views. Like, for example, an authorizer will have a different view to it. And then once the information is then captured, everything will then be 100% completed, in which the actual look and feel is more or less different. And then once the information is now done, once the assessments are now completed, you will then get a dashboard which would look more or less like this. It will have different analytical interpretations of what the assessment has done for you. You would have a section of municipality information, you would have municipal employment types, current level, and all other details that pertain to the municipality itself. Right. And then you also have instant reporting, right? You also have instant reporting in a sense that once the actual information is done, you will have a report readily available for you that you can download as a municipality and look at the outputs of your municipality itself. This used to be a manual process as well, so we then incorporated it into the application itself. And so the actual municipality can then download this specific report. And what is nice about it is, when you look on your right-hand side, it will have historical reports. The historical report is there so that it can assist you in retrieving any historical reports that were done. If a fiscal year is done and you're reaching a new fiscal year, the previous year's fiscal report will still be there, and et cetera, et cetera. And then you would also have a search functionality of which you can search any documents that you actually want to retrieve, and et cetera, at any point in time. And that would be limited to your own municipality. You can't necessarily search for documents of other municipalities. It will be restricted to your municipality. And so that's more or less a high level. There are a lot of things within the actual portal, but that's more or less a high level of the key functionalities that it would have. Then we get into the SALGA portal, right? The SALGA portal, it is divided also into 4 sections. We would have a dashboard, in which would look like this. Then we would have what we call personnel, then management, then auditing. The idea to the dashboard is an interactive map. So when you actually click or move a mouse on a specific province, it already starts giving you analytics to it, showing you how many assessments this specific province has done, which ones are still pending, and etc. And then when you click on that specific province, you would then get to choose which specific municipality that you are interested in. And then when you actually click on it, you would then get added analytics that would assist you in analyzing that specific municipality. It's a lot of reports that you can actually access. You can also get direct assessments from it. You can actually, as a SALGA admin, once a municipality has completed a specific assessment, you as a SALGA admin user can then log in. When it comes to auditing levels, you can log in, check what they have done, and then review that specific assessment as well. And then what you can also do is, you can also manage personnel. So you can either keep the actual municipal user active or deactivate a specific municipal user. At most times, people leave the organization or the municipality, so it is quick access to just deactivate that user, and a new user would be activated for the municipality. You can, update any other things like personal information. And then we also have another interesting section, which is management. The management section more or less gives you a high-level summary of how the municipalities are performing or are completing their due assessments. So you can literally look at them at an instant view per province, divided into completed ones, non-completed. And then what you can do is, once you have seen that information, you as an admin user can then manage that specific municipality. If you see that this specific province has low percentage of completed assessments, you can go inside the management, send out communications, and etc. and etc. Do anything about it, so that you can keep track of how the municipalities are doing from a local and a national point of view. And and then after that, you would have the actual auditing part, where you will have where you as an admin portal user can then extract information, information for auditing purposes, things like your actual user database, in which you would have everything that you would need. You can populate it per date range, and etc. So, in a sense, I am done, right? It was nice and short. I am done. Though I do want to just say a few words in conclusion. It was very nice working with the SALGA team, us in general as data. Tate Rio and team know their work and are very brilliant in what they do. And we would like to thank them on the current improvement that we have done so far. And from that, I'd like to thank you, and God bless. Okay. Thanks.
Thank you, Ntate Sejake, and precise and on point. And we are excited about this tool. And colleagues will share a bit more about the tool a bit later on in the day. For now, I would like for us to take just a quick body break or comfort break, just for 5 minutes. It is 25 to now. If we can come back at exactly 20 to 4. Thank you. Good afternoon and welcome back. Thanks for the short break. Hope you're all back. Now we move into a very exciting space. There's a lot of work that's been done around the district development model with a particular focus on human capital. And today, I have the pleasure of calling on to the stage to engage us on this, Mr. Pascal Moloi, who is the director at MPM Consulting. Mr. Moloi has a bachelor's degree with majors in industrial sociology and political science from the University of the Witwatersrand. And he's got behind him a lot of civic association activity. And he did work at Plan Act as head of local government portfolio. And so his love for local government began and grew from there. He is the first Unicity city manager for the city of Johannesburg. And I have the pleasure, and we have the pleasure of welcoming on board to come and chat to us about this project. Thank you and welcome, Mr. Moloi.
How do you operate this? Next, okay. It's so clear. There's a green button here that says next. And then I start off my presentation by asking an obvious question about what do I press? No, thank you very much. I'm glad I came in much earlier today because get a sense of the whole package of what Salga is offering and get a sense of the type of challenges that we are facing at thank you that we're facing at municipal level. Let me just start off by talking about, I can see myself, oh, you're all right. Talking about what the DDM is all about. I'm sure most of us have heard, especially our president, talking about the DDM in most corners. Glad that there are people from COGTA here who can add to sections where I might not be well versed. But if there's anything, it's about ensuring, almost enforcing. Can people hear me? I think this thing is moved. Is it fine? Almost to a point of creating a much more conducive space for the whole of government to work together, to make sure that there's integration in planning, in budgeting, in execution, more than we have done over the last 25 years, or since 1994, or the advent of interim local government between 95 and 2000. We've had policies, we've established intergovernmental frameworks, we have beautiful white papers, we have beautiful legislation, but we have not, number one, been able to work together. And the idea now is that let's come together in 52 spaces. I'll be talking about those spaces just now, which I call execution spaces. Talk about how we bring all this together under one social contract between the whole of government and society. Bring them all together and work behind this contract. And the word that is being used is one plans, that we're going to have one plans across the country. So, but there are two key points about the DDM that hits at home for us as local government. And one is that it's about streamlining and ensuring effective local government. And secondly, that it's about ensuring that our municipalities are enabled to perform their mandated functions. If you look at the implementation framework that has been developed by the DBSA as a implementing agent for the 3 pilots, it talks especially about creating sustainable municipalities and talks about putting together institutional arrangements that are solid enough for us to be able to meet our objectives. I won't preach to the choir here. The whole day, I think we've been talking to HCM specialists, but maybe just to make it in the context of the DDM, I think it might be just useful for us to list those points that keep going back. Oh, this point there. Okay. That we need to be able to respond to the needs of our organizations internally. Secondly, we need to be adaptable to the ever-changing environment that we work in. We need to be able to be agile enough to be able to deal with the challenges that are faced by organizations, and we need to be able to be efficient in the manner and approach to assist our organizations to achieve all our goals. That's generally what the HCM models are about. And I think we've spoken about so many areas around learnerships and all that, including data analytics and all that. So that whole package is what we expect our human capital managers and or our human capital management systems to be able to achieve. So there's 2 points I think that are made already, that we want to build capacity building through working with respective districts or metros, 52 of them, coordinate developments across the districts and the locals and the metros. But also ensure that there's impact, that we are not just putting together these one plans and at the end of the 5 years or 10 years or 15 years, there's no impact. And we need to be able to monitor that. So SALGA then, after Cabinet took this decision to establish a district development model and adopted by Cabinet, SALGA came together and said, look, let's put a blueprint. Let's sit back and ask ourselves whether or not all these nice things that we're talking about today produce men and women with capabilities and capacity to ensure the success of the district development model. So the premise that the SALGA model moves from is based on 3 things. 1, build this HCM model. 2, look at business processes. We're talking about assessments here, business process assessments, and a number of processes, and manage change. But in doing that, we have one responsibility, our own responsibility. Like I say that we've been around for 25 years. Some would say that it's 20 years. But in the whole, we've been dealing with about 6 issues. And those 6 issues are persistent. They don't go away. They include governance issues, broadly. But it affects us as well as HR practitioners or as ACM practitioners. There are issues of planning. And it's not just planning in terms of spatial planning and all that, but just planning, corporate planning across the organization, including your development planning and spatial planning and all that. It's a problem. It's uncoordinated within our own municipalities and across government, provinces and national. There's finance issues. Every audit kicks down, looks at not just HR issues and all that. It boils down to how we manage our finances, how we manage our resources, financial resources especially, and how we procure, how we manage our supply chain management offices. It talks to people management, which is what we're about now. That our people management approaches and the entry to exit line of chain and value chains, 13 or 14 of those value chains are not always well managed. Presentations before me spoke about some of those problems and how we can use technology or we can use data analytics and other presentations that we had before lunch. Last but not least is how we communicate and interact with our communities. So this is in my book what has been the 6-pack of issues that we have not been able to address fully. And that if we don't do that, we won't be able to, if you look at the next column there, be supportive or competent partners to government and society and business to prosecute and make sure that the DDM succeeds. The last one is to us to be able to build our own capacity to participate, and I'll speak a bit about the proposed institutional structures, the district hubs and all that. There are certain things that the blueprint is suggesting that we do as municipalities to be effective and creative participants. So that's the premise. So that rationale then is to pursue the full institutionalization of our human capital management internally first, before we engage with our partners in development, addressing both our internal transactional HR activities, but at the same time, capacitating to move us on a continuum and on a phased manner to be matured enough to participate fully in the many objectives I think that have been stated. And addressing the HR profiling. I think there was a useful presentation just now about profiling municipalities, all 257 and so on. But at the end of the day, it's about meeting the objectives of the DDM. Tibbs, I'm sure you can correct me here, but I don't think these structures or these institutional arrangements are cast in stone yet. I know there are draft regulations that have been put on by COCTA, which at the heart of them talks about leadership, institutional arrangements, governance, and who does what at what level in the country. So we just pulled up from a number of documents that we've looked at, and you can forget the brown boxes there. I mean, the top one there, that obviously I'm sure there'll be 9 provincial coordinators or champions or whatever they call them. At a political level, there are ministers and deputy ministers who've been assigned by the president to be political champions and all that. The key one is that at the end of the day, there will be 52 hubs. And these hubs will be directly responsible for driving those one plans and making sure that the execution of those one plans is successful. We suspect, we don't know for sure, there are 3 hubs or a number of hubs I think that have been piloted, but it looks like generically all the hubs will have a hub manager. They will have a set of planners. They will have finance people, obviously, and there will be some technical people, engineers and all that. What the blueprint and SALGA is pushing very hard on is that in those hubs, there must be some dedicated function for human capital management. And we'll talk a bit about what we think should be in those institutions across all 52 hubs. But most importantly, we're talking of a strategic and direct relationship between the metro itself, the district itself, its locals, to be able to deal with 2 things, with traditional HR issues as we've been raising today, but also be able to act, allow, capacitate our metros, our districts and our locals to engage as strategic partners to the hubs. Okay. What do we mean by that? If you look at the slide on the left-hand side, this is more or less, I think, what might be emerging from the onset as we pilot, as we move into this district model environment, that we'll have these hubs with some HR capacity. And we're proposing that in those hubs, or those hubs, should be the centers of excellence. Those hubs should be shared services centers. At the moment, what we have and what we've been talking here, I don't want to be flippant, but it's really traditional HR services. That's what we have at the moment in our municipalities. And those traditional HR services are service providers to a whole range of clients within our own municipalities, within our own districts. Our employees, our customers, and our managers. And we're proposing that there should be a maturity or a maturization, if you like, to a different level where the traditional HR function is replaced by what we call a strategic business partner within each and every key point in a district, in a local, or in a metro. They'll mature to a point where the still will be servicing what we'll be calling centers of excellence or shared services centers, and still servicing our districts. They are located within the districts. The other two that I'm talking about on top there, the Center of Excellence and the Shared Services Center, we're proposing through the blueprint that they'll be located within the hubs. So maybe let's just take them one by one. This is our broad schematic way forward. You'll see on the left there, we've got what we call the centers of execution. And at the moment, yes, we've got Waterberg, eThekwini, OR Tambo. We believe there's a proposal that we look at all the 21 water services councils across the country, and maybe other priority ones that will come. Ultimately, all 52 of those should be on a screen like that. Maybe we could use the portal, the SALGA portal, to map them and see what's happening within the district development spaces themselves. So we're going to have the hubs, and that's proposed in yellow. And in the hubs, we'll have the Center of Excellence, shared services, and we're going to talk a bit about the possibilities of business process outsourcing. But the red column, the red arrow there is a critical one. That's the link. That's the key link between our municipalities and what's proposed to be happening in the hubs. Don't worry about the other side. I think it's just repeating the point I was been making about the six-pack of issues. The illustration there is that if you're going to be talking about these types of tools and capabilities, etc., how far are they going to be able to address the six-pack of issues that we've been raising for the last 25 years? Okay. So maybe just to try and take them one by one. If we want to talk then about the traditional HR services, again, this is not an exhaustive list, but this is what we do as HR practitioners in our municipalities. What we're proposing then is that as phase one or as a phase two activity, that we create these strategic partners. They'll be located at municipal level, and which is required by law anyway, and we'll have a thorough, first-hand, intimate understanding of the municipality across the number of areas that we'll be discussing today and we'll be discussing tomorrow, but will be the points of interaction and liaison with the district hubs as will be proposed going forward. So we spoke about transforming to this hybrid model where we'll have the HR practitioner and the strategic partner located very close to the hub, that it should be done very gradually. We mature it, and we don't rush, and we ensure that there's implementation capacity that gets built there. So the HR strategic partner would do more or less the following issues. Okay. Act as a strategic partner and advisor, respond to all respond and facilitate organizational change within the organization to prepare the organization to be able to engage with the DDM, respond and adjust HR strategies to respond to that changing organizational needs. We might have to make some adjustments for us to be able to ensure that the DDM is fully implemented, but continue implementing HR practices and programs. Look continuously at organizational capabilities and develop those capabilities as we go. What does the Center of Excellence do? We're suggesting that this will be based in the DDM hub and will provide support at the DDM hub level to both the districts and the metros. And the Center of Excellence or expertise, depending on what we want to call it, will coordinate the provision of strategic HR solutions across the entire district. They will develop HR strategies and frameworks. They'll develop and introduce strategic HR initiatives and programs. Some of them were mentioned today. They'll identify best practices in the field of expertise and developing appropriate solutions They'll coordinate and source the required skills. These we suggest are men and women that are the best of the best within amongst ourselves and outside ourselves. That we identify these men and women, we bring them in, and they will be our expert HR practitioners across the entire district. These are some of the key drivers. I won't go through these key drivers that will ensure that we have the HR models being driven very well, especially through the Center of Excellence. And there must be readiness by municipalities to implement the proposed model. There must be sufficient capacity building for HR practitioners. There must be an understanding of the various elements of the model. And lastly, but not least, we have to ensure that there is buy-in through the implementation and approval of change management initiatives. What does the shared services model do? Again, we're proposing that this should be located within the district hub. So it brings in, it's almost like a stockfile of all functions that we need to be able to do within the district itself, within the metro, starting at that level. But for the entire success of the district development model, we think that the hubs should function as shared services centers. There's a case for the shared services. I won't go through them, but we've made about 6 cases, including ensuring that we reach successful shared services implementation levels, and we experience cost savings, and where we can use either people from even SOEs or business or provinces or national departments, and our own people, that where there is maybe a best of breed type of experience, we use it in the district, in the DDM spaces. Business process outsourcing, we don't always like it, but sometimes there are things that we don't know. We might not be very good data analysts, we might not be very good profilers, we might not be very good facilitators. I'm speaking for myself. So outsource those, and the world will help you deal with those. But we think that it's critical that the hubs are able. Let me just pause a second and go back to making a point about, and I know this question keeps coming up. What is the difference between the IDP and the district development model? Why do we need this? I sometimes say that the district development model for me is an IDP on steroids. It brings much more greater synergies within government. And hopefully we'll succeed, or maybe government will succeed in regulating it so much that it can take your IGR frameworks much more forward. So when we talk about the hubs, it's not just a hub of expertise, etc. It's a hub that's meant to make sure that whatever we've agreed on as a one plan happens. There are a number of examples, I think, now that we've seen with the emerging one plans from the pilots. Waterberg, for instance, is setting itself as an agricultural and mining and tourism center. And you have to ask yourself serious questions whether Lephalale or Bela Bela and some of those, do they have the type of capacity that can be able to engage with the mining houses and with transport, with energy, with the tourism sector, and make sure that tourists come back into Lephalale and our towns, and that we succeed. And to be able to do that, we think that we have to have sufficient human capital management systems and capable men and women. I think maybe I omitted making that point. So there might be processes that we want to outsource, and we look at, in the document, we look at possible areas of outsourcing. or but there are reasons that we want to lower your cost, we want to bring the best of the breed, and there might be opportunities to spread risk in some areas, but it's always a useful thing. It's not always the first to think about, but it's always sometimes inevitable that you consider outsourcing. Okay, I'll skip that. So these critical success factors are in the document, but it's about the entire approach, that we need strong project management skills. We need senior, very senior level management and political support. You have to have effective communication at all times. There must be strong change management, and there must be a phased approach to implementation. Don't rush. I think people are talking about scaling up. Don't rush. Let's not think that we can have one plan tomorrow and establish these HRM capabilities, and that water, electricity will be restored, potholes will be filled, and we'll be able to create a harbour city. We'll be able to create smart cities, and we'll be able to sort out our transport logistics and energy and so on problems. So we're being dragged now, we're being really pushed to participate actively in making sure that those type of economies, infrastructure, social development issues are dealt with, and are dealt with successfully. Okay. Then there's a change management proposal that the blueprint is developing. It's not complete yet, but it looks at the individual and also looks at the organizational change. But added to that, it looks at the role of managers, the role of practitioners within the organization. What is it, the ACTA thing there that is listed on this page is about yourself as an individual, your adaptation capabilities, your development capabilities, your knowledge requirements, your AR, I forget what the AR stands for there, okay. But this is about you. This is about you subjecting yourself to change, and we have to be able to drive that change. And remove the cobwebs. There's a lot of suspicion. Whenever we talk about the DDM, there's suspicion, and people are still sitting in their comfort zones, in their silos, in their municipalities, in their provinces. It's not just local government. I think that's skeptical. There's a bit of skepticism out there that what's new? Is this a new local government transition, transformation strategy? Is this a new back to basics? Is this a new, that every president and every minister comes in with his set of new gimmicks? I don't think it's a gimmick. SALGA doesn't think it's a gimmick. That's why it's investing so much in making sure that our members and our municipalities are equipped to come in and play in the game. I won't go through those skills and competencies required, but they have to be identified. We have to know what skills and competencies are critical, are key, but most of these are really just facilitation skills, negotiating skills, communication skills, being able to go out there. I think Rio, somebody was telling me about the skill to be able to negotiate and walk the walk in wage negotiations. So here you'll be walking the walk, getting into Transnet offices. They come into you. But then make sure that we have those men and women that are skilled and that are talented and that are trained and are supported to be able to engage with this new normal. I think that's going to be much more pronounced after the next elections. Thank you very much. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Muloi. Thank you for that. As we engage with policy reform in the human capital management space, I think following up on that very interesting share and project that municipalities are engaging in, I'd like to call upon our next speaker, Ms. Renisha Naidu, who is going to talk to us about the latest legislative frameworks that we're looking at in professionalizing, government. She's a Chief Director, Legal Services at Department of Public Service and Administration. She has been a practicing attorney for 8 years and joined the public service in 2005. Her qualifications include a BProc degree and an LLM degree with specialization in labor law. She's responsible, amongst others, for the legislation administered by the Minister of Public Service and Administration, which includes Public Administration Management Act 2014, which was initially conceived to give effect to the Single Public Administrative Initiative. Welcome. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon to colleagues in the meeting, colleagues on the platform. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Salga for having invited the DPSA to present at this wonderful forum. I hope my presentation is going to add some value as we move forward. In terms of the presentation outline, the DPSA is currently undertaking some legislative amendments, and within the context of those amendments, it's important to highlight the legislative context. It's important to highlight the context within which the professionalization framework sees value, as well as to talk to some amendments that we are proposing in terms of the Public Administration Management Act, which was passed into law in 2014, as well as its regulations. To get straight into the presentation itself, I think it's important as we move into legislative reforms that we take stock of where we are, what we've accomplished, what we've done thus far, to inform how we take legislation forward. Because legislation should not be a process for the sake of a process. It must inform and enhance current processes. It must make public administration better. To do that, we have had to do an assessment of 4 elements in the public administration space, which we believe is the bedrock of public administration. The first one is the citizens. What do the citizens expect to benefit from this public administration? What are government priorities, and how is government expected to meet its obligations in terms of its constitutional requirements, in terms of its obligations to citizens of South Africa? The service, what kind of service should public servants render? Is that service value for money? Is it meeting government's priorities that government has undertaken to deliver? And lastly is the employees, the public servants themselves. What is expected from public servants as they assist to meet government's obligations, as they assist to render those services which citizens require? As we approached the legislation and taking into account those 4 pillars that we spoke about, it was important to take a holistic view of the administration itself. What do we want as we move forward from 2022 onwards? We want to create a public administration that is people-centered, that is cohesive, that is synergized, and it is efficient and effective. And I think when the colleague before me spoke about the DDM model, that is precisely the bedrock of what we're trying to achieve. How do we strengthen existing laws to ensure that the values and principles, both in Section 197 as well as 195, are met? How do we as the state professionalize the public administration to the extent that we meet all those lovely principles in Section 195? And further, how do we improve the state's capacity? And when we talk about the state's capacity, we're talking about its employees having the necessary skills and the necessary attributes to perform those functions for which they are employed. And how do we improve the state's capability? When we talk about capability, we're talking about systems, structures, processes, governance arrangements, instruments, your IT systems, etc., to ensure that when citizens require services, they are actually going to get those services. In terms of how we take the legislation and how we ensure that the work that is done in terms of the professionalization framework is achieved, we've had to look at various areas. How do we ensure that the public service reaches the goals that it intends to set for itself, taking into account the current legislative framework? So there's current laws that prescribe codes of conduct, COCTA has laws, DPSA has laws, but how do we take those laws and make them better? We've learned from the experiences of the Zondo Commission, we've learned from the experience of the DDMs and the reason why it's come in, that there still is some work that needs to be done. And that work includes promoting ethical conduct and ensuring that employees are not conflicted when they deal with their day-to-day jobs in the public sector. We also need to put in place measures that ensure that education and training for the development of employees is a foundation of the public administration. Because what we've learned through the COVID process is that the public administration is evolving. We are becoming more dependent on technology. How do we then skill public servants or public officials to move as the times move? How do we skill HR practitioners to move from a paper-based environment to a computer-based environment? And so forth. So education and training becomes quite vital in the development of a progressive public service. We also need to ensure that there's mobility of staff. So in some areas where you have skills that are no longer required, but other areas require that particular skill, there should be systems in place that allow you to move skills to where they are required. So it's important to ensure that legislation must enable rather than disable the movement of people. The last area in terms of professionalizing the public administration is managing its financial resources. So we all know that where we sit, the public administration is under extreme financial pressure. And it becomes then imperative on us to ensure that as we move the public service forward or the public administration forward, we do so in a responsible manner that takes into account the financial resources of the state. In terms of the DPSA and the work that the DPSA is currently doing towards this initiative, is underpinned by the Single Public Administration initiative that was started way back in about the 2002-2003 processes. Ultimately, when we conceived the Public Administration Management Act, it was conceived as the Single Public Service Initiative, and it sought to give effect to that single public service. As we have moved forward, we've encountered certain challenges with the Act itself. The Act requires regulations to ensure that it is fully implemented. The Act also requires that there are certain areas that need to be amended in order to ensure that we can properly implement this law. And to the extent that we need to do amendments, we have taken into account all of the pillars that I have identified earlier, and we have taken into account the professionalization framework, and we propose the following certain amendments in respect of how we seek to take forward the professionalization framework specifically. So these areas are not the entire number of areas that is being covered by the legislative amendments. It is the select few that deal with the professionalization of the public administration. When it comes to ethical public administration, which is the first element of building a professional public administration, we have developed 2 sets of regulations. One on conducting business with the state, which gives effect to certain sections of the Public Administration Management Act, as well as regulations on the operations of the Office of Standards and Compliance. These regulations seek to ensure that the public administration is insulated from unethical public servants and to remove corrupt activities. And the way we do that through these regulations to minimize the risks associated with corruption and conflicts of interest is we prohibit public servants from doing business with the state. And this is expected to achieve the impact of ensuring that public servants don't act in the interest of themselves, but rather act in the interest of the state in all business affairs that are conducted by the state. The second initiative is to ensure that public servants disclose their financial interests. And the value add in this process is to ensure that public servants are held accountable. So if public servants are going to benefit from illicit activities or derive benefit from unexplained wealth, then through these processes we envisage that we would be able to identify such public servants. In addition, there are further amendments that are proposed in the Public Administration Management Amendment Bill, which is currently being processed through the consultation processes. And those initiatives seek to clarify those provisions on doing business with the state to ensure that we can properly implement those sections. The second element that we talk to when we talk to the professionalization of the public service is the public servants themselves, their capacity and their capability to perform their functions on a day-to-day basis. We have proposed certain amendments to the Public Administration Management Act in addition to what is currently in the public service legislation. The National School of Government is conceived within the legislation as a training facility that will cater for the education and training of employees throughout the public administration, and that includes the public service as we know it, which is national and provincial government, as well as municipalities. And the idea behind the National School of Government is to ensure that the public service and the public administration largely receive services that enable them to operate in their own unique environment. So it's not like a tertiary qualification that you would go and get, but it's something that would help you manage your workspace and manage your work environment to enable you to meet the requirements of those jobs professionally. The NSG is also envisaged to support the needs of employees, and as I said, that includes the municipal space. To some degree, we've also envisaged that it will extend to public entities as far as the need arises. In terms of compulsory training, the Act also provides, and this is the Public Administration Management Act, also provides that departments must, within their available budget, provide for compulsory training that is directed by the minister to address developmental needs of categories of employees. So what this does is that it allows the Minister for Public Service and Administration, together with the Minister of COGTA and the Minister of Finance, to identify categories of employees that require certain skills and that must, as a mandatory obligation on those particular employers, provide that particular training. The National School of Government is also proposed to be retained as a national department, which it currently is. And the cost of running the National School of Government will be funded from the fiscus, and it will operate as a national department. There is also a clause being inserted that requires that departments will bear the cost of training that is required to be performed by the National School of Government, and they must find that within their available budgets. The National School of Government, as I said, will also provide training to public entities on request, and they may also partner with institutions to provide further education and training, such as universities, etc., where degrees and diplomas are required. And the National School of Government may also issue qualifications and part qualifications or certificates subject to the NQF Act. So those are new provisions that we've inserted, all to enable public servants to be upskilled in their particular environments. The third pillar that we talk about when we talk about the professionalization of the public service and the public administration is the mobility of staff. What the Act seeks to do is to enable employees to move across spheres of government and to move across to the extent that they suffer no prejudice when they move across spheres of government. And this is significant in any public administration. If you want good governance, you have to ensure that government has the ability to move skills to where they are needed and to deploy the appropriate skills to where they are needed. The provisions in the PAMA also ensure that when you move skills around, you don't do so in a fragmented or in a haphazard way. You have to ensure that people who are moving to different positions are properly skilled for the jobs that they are planning to do. So the Act speaks to transfers of staff across municipalities, between municipalities, across municipalities in the public service. And it further provides that transfers in some instances may be without consent. And it also provides that, and we recognize that there's certain legislation that governs certain employees that must supersede this particular Act. So we don't seek to tamper with matters that are already regulated in other acts. Example, the municipal managers, the managers reporting to such municipal managers are regulated by the Municipal Systems Act, and we don't intend that this act should override any of those provisions. Similarly, those in the education sector, the police sector, etc. Lastly is financial management. If we are again talking about the professionalization of the public administration, we have to be cognizant of the finances and the financial management aspects of running good governance in the public administration. The bill in terms of the Public Administration Management Act, which is amending the Public Administration Management Act, seeks to, in Section 17A, remove unjustifiable disparities and set in place a process that will manage the removal of unjustifiable disparities. And I want to emphasize that in a public administration, there will always be disparities. A municipal manager in a metro will be different from a municipal manager in another municipality, etc. And employees and employers are unique in their own nature. So there will always be disparities. What we seek through this bill is to ensure that unjustifiable disparities are what is managed. This bill is seeking to prescribe norms and standards to establish, or to allow the minister to establish norms and standards to establish upper limits of remuneration and conditions of service for certain categories of employees, and to also put in place measures where there are unjustifiable disparities, to put in place measures that will eradicate over time the unjustifiable disparities. Section 17B, again, of the Public Administration Management Amendment Bill seeks to put in place a process for mandating of collective bargaining arrangements, and this will include public entities. So Section 17B provides that no employer may enter into a collective agreement without a mandate from a committee of ministers. And that committee of ministers is prescribed in the bill itself. It allows that committee of ministers will ensure that there is some degree of uniformity across the public administration to ensure that any increase in remuneration or conditions of services with financial implications are affordable. I think what we have seen in the past few years is collective agreements that have become unaffordable due to either COVID or other particular circumstances that the state finds itself in. And this has put a huge strain on the financial resources and the fiscal framework by the National Treasury. So these processes, colleagues, that we are envisaging under the Public Administration Management Act is not processes where we seek to undermine collective bargaining. It is processes to strengthen the state as it coordinates itself in a more cohesive manner, to come together to allocate financial resources and to ensure that resources are prioritized for areas that resources need to be prioritized for. And to ensure that one sector of government does not suffer at the expense of another sector of government. Provision is also made in this bill for an intergovernmental forum, and this again speaks to us moving towards a professional public service where we are much more coordinated, whether we are in a local government, whether we're in a national department, whether we are in a provincial department, we all have a voice. And that's what this bill seeks to do. It seeks to bring government in its entirety together in making financial decisions that have huge financial implications on the fiscal framework. And to that extent, we have also provided that there will be collaboration between these sectors as we move forward in this collaborative manner. With that, thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, Renisha. Appreciate that. I think it was very, very detailed. As we sanitize and move to the second last presentation for the day, I'd like to acknowledge our partner in these 2 days that we've been or are going to finalize by tomorrow, the National Fund for Municipal Workers. We would like to say thank you very much that you are interested and you care about the financial wellness, sustainability thereof of our employees in the local government space. Thank you so much for that. The next speaker, thank you, Ntate Tebogo Motlashuping, for spending the whole day with us. And I'm hoping that you'll be able to consolidate everything, particularly in the stream of policy reforms, as you come and talk to us about local government municipal staff regulations. Ntate Tebogo Motlashuping is a practicing attorney, the BPROC, a certificate of finance management from University of Witwatersrand. He was a municipal manager at Lekwatemane local municipality, Ventersdorp local municipality, and Madibeng local municipality. He currently holds a position at the COGTA, Cooperative Governance and Traditional Affairs, as Acting Deputy Director General, responsible for institutional development. Thank you so much. Welcome, sir.
Good afternoon, colleagues.
Yeah, definitely. You're going to update it.
I will be making a presentation on the implementation of the municipal regulations and also on the talent management that is being implemented at municipal level. Uh, the outline of the presentation is as indicated here. I'm not going to go through that. But the background in relation to this presentation that I'm going to make is in relation to what is contained in the Constitution in relation to Section 154 of the Constitution that relates to the national and provincial department being given the legislative power to support municipalities and to provide basic values and principles governing public administration. That is also contained in the Municipal Systems Act that provides for the framework for establishment of local public administration that requires an efficient and an effective transparent system, and that also requires or enjoins the minister responsible for local government to make regulations, uniform norms and standards for all municipal staff and senior managers in particular. Now, that is also contained in what the various administrations in local government and at national level has been doing over years. The fourth and the fifth administration has done some studies in relation to the state of local government, state of human resources in local government, legislative powers conferred to the minister, and diagnosis of municipal performance. And that particular different studies then informed local government that there is an excessive disparities that impede mobility of staff in the sector, that there cannot be movement of staff members from a municipal space, from the national or provincial space as a result of disparities that exist. There is also bloated organograms in municipalities, and we have realized that every after local government elections, municipalities tend to employ people who are not in the organogram of municipalities, and that creates bloated organograms in municipalities. And you'll see as we go through other slides that there is some sort of an intervention that has been made by COGTA to make sure that we do not have these bloated organograms in municipalities. There are also incoherent HR practices, and there is also highly irregular and inappropriate appointments of senior managers, including managers or officials below senior managers. And we have seen this happening to an extent that when we intervened in 2011, there was a provision that in an instance where wrong appointments were made, the minister will then have to inform municipalities to take proactive actions. Alternatively, the minister or the MEC to approach the courts for what we call a declaratory order to annul those particular appointments. There is poor skills development, and there is inefficient performance management and lack of accountability in municipalities. There is also the legislative context in relation to what is required in the NDP. I'm not going to dwell too much into that. Safe to indicate that there is a challenge in municipalities in relation to the political and administrative interface in municipal space. It is what is widely known in local government language as interference. So the NDP has given the responsibility to the sector that there should be something that has to be done in looking into that political interface between the political and administrative organs of local government. And it has also been given through the Back to Basics that was introduced by Minister Pravin Gordhan at the time when he was a Minister of Cooperative Governance, to institutionalize system to ensure that municipalities attract and retain persons with the requisite skill sets. Now, this is a very contagious area in instances where municipality disregard the provisions of the Municipal Systems Act and its regulations, and they continue to appoint people and retain people who are not suitably qualified for those positions. It was also a game changer that developed the competency requirements for staff below senior management echelons. I must indicate that yesterday, the minister responsible for cooperative governance gazetted regulations in relation to the staff below senior managers. And in that, it created space for mobility of staff from different municipalities to another municipality. You have already received a presentation from DPSA in relation to professionalizing the public service. That includes also what we are talking about in local government as professionalizing local government administration, because in HR you can't professionalize local government, but you will professionalize or attempt to professionalize local government administration. Now, having looked into that, the minister then, as I've already indicated, then developed the two regulations. The one setting the norms and standards for senior managers. Now, for recruitment of staff members in municipalities, there are rules that governs that. And in instances where there is contravention, there is a process that has to be followed to make sure that those wrong appointments are not being made. Now, I've already indicated that yesterday, the minister promulgated regulations applicable to all staff members below. Now, a cleaner at a municipality called Renosterberg will have the same inherent qualification as a cleaner in Joburg Metro. So that if there is any movement or required movement of staff between one municipality to the other, then they have the same job profiles, the same inherent qualifications required in all local government sphere. That is a game changer, and we will leave the link because it's a very thick document that relates to the guidelines, about 2,000 pages in relation to the job description of all staff members in a municipal space that municipalities will then have to follow, even if when they appoint a driver, a cleaner, a gardener, there are inherent qualifications and processes for all of them, irrespective of the size of that particular municipality, for us to confirm to the notion of a single public service. Now, when you look at what the regulations for senior managers are now giving us, there are the 7 chapters that are there that indicates what will then be required in municipalities in relation to the regulations for senior managers. But what are the objectives of those regulations, colleagues? It is to create a career of choice. Local government is a career of choice. It is to make sure that local government administration is efficient, effective, and transparent. It is to create a developmental-oriented public administration governed by good human resource management and career development practices. It's to strengthen capacity of municipalities to perform their function through recruitment and appointment of suitably qualified and competent persons. I was having a discussion with one of our officials of Metro, where we were discussing some of the wrong appointments that have been made. That in one of the metros, a deputy city manager holds a diploma, a 1-year diploma from Damelin correspondence. And that creates a problem in relation to the municipality being able to perform because of wrong appointments that have been made with people who do not have the necessary qualifications to be appointed in those municipalities. COGTA and its sister department in provinces are making sure that such appointments are not going to be made in the sector, and there should be intervention and there should be consequences in relation to wrong appointments being made. Now, we have also developed competencies for senior managers, and these are the competencies that we expect that people who are appointed in those in senior manager position have got the requisite qualification, they've got the professional competency, they've got personal competencies, they've got the knowledge of public service, and they've got management and leadership orientation, and they have the administrative professionalism. So in the event that a person is being appointed, before appointment can be confirmed, the person will then undergo a competency test where all these 6 competencies will be then be assessed whether the person is competent to be appointed or not, regardless of the fact that the person has got inherent qualifications in relation to the position that he's been appointed for. And that has been happening since 2011, and municipalities have been monitored to make sure that they are appointed suitably qualified. It only happens in a few occasions that municipalities disregarded these provisions and appointed wrong people. The objectives of the competency test, as I've already indicated, is to make sure that it links municipal and individual objectives to perform their duties that they have been applying for. Is to also assist human resource planning and succession planning, because in municipalities there has been instances where people have been at one stage for over 20 years. And this competency assessment or framework that we have developed will make sure that there is upward mobility in the municipality. It also will assist in attracting and retaining staff, and also, as I've already indicated, progression and in relation to the incentives, in relation to pay for good work that is being done by officials in the municipal space. It will also be making sure that we are breaking down traditional professional boundaries and establishing links between different professions. We have already had engagements with all professional bodies wherein we want to professionalize local government administration and make sure that if we are to appoint someone as a technical services manager, the person is registered with the relevant professional body. So we make sure that we also engage universities so that they also develop, and also the School of National Government, to make sure that they then develop the curriculum for entry, especially for senior managers, in particular municipal managers, for them to have the requisite qualifications for them to be appointed as municipal managers. We'll also target scarce training and develop resources of individuals to make more responsibility for their own development. They will that in the performance management system and in the performance agreement that has been signed, that has to be signed by senior managers, we make sure that there is personal development contained, and it is the responsibility of the municipality to make sure that the officials are developed. And in relation to the last portion with regard to this recruitment and selection, there is a process that is contained in the framework that talks about how we are going to make sure that suitably qualified people are appointed. And that is from the start of the process of recruitment and selection until up to the finalization of this appointment, that only relevant people, only people who have not been found guilty of some misconduct in other municipalities are not included in the municipal space for a period as prescribed by the minister. I will not dwell too much into this. I've already indicated that we are making sure that in the performance agreements of the senior managers, we have the personal development plan. We have also the appropriate workplace skills plan for all staff members in the municipal space. And we make sure that there are tools that manages own career, awareness of strength, and areas of development. So that in the process of the employment of senior managers and all staff members below the senior echelons are given the necessary capacity building training so that municipalities can perform better. This has been said, like what Mr. Moloi has indicated, over a period of 20 years. We've been struggling to make sure that we appoint and recruit suitably qualified personnel in municipalities. And that is not only going to be biased to senior management, but for all staff members in municipalities. In relation to career pathing and succession planning, in relation to talent management, we will allow for structured career and succession planning in a municipal space. Municipalities will be forced by law to have a structured career and succession planning, and that has to be implemented so that there is upward mobility in. It will outline job ladder and related competencies. I've already indicated that yesterday we have now finalized the regulations for staff below, and that staff below will also indicate how staff members who have been appointed in the lower echelons of a municipality are then going to be assisted to be going up. We will also make sure that the municipality will create a conducive environment for readiness for promotion in a municipal space. And we will also be able, in a municipal space, to track progression of high potential individuals to go up the career ladder. This is important in relation to retaining talent and skills in a municipal space. We have seen that because of what I've indicated in relation to the political and administrative interface, many people have lost their jobs as a result of the fact that there has been political interference in who should be appointed in municipalities and who should be then promoted. But because of what we are doing in relation to mapping up the career pathing and succession of planning, that will be contained in the policy of that municipality, and that will enforce the municipality not to be influenced by political interventions in relation to making people to grow in a workplace. The objectives that we are going to be doing in relation to that, we will provide in terms of performance. In terms of performance, we will make sure that we provide the basis for assessment. We'll also make sure that we provide objectives and accurate basis for assessment of good performance, and we'll assess at current level and one above to assess promotional potential. That people who are performing at a particular level, at a lower level, should be given the opportunity to grow. And in the event that they perform better than the person who is below them, that person be given the benefit of doubt for the person to be promoted and occupy a senior position for them to then be able to reach the exact potential at a required and correct level in terms of their performance. And we will identify high potential individuals and also create space for rewarding performance and good performance in relation, not only promotion, but also in relation to the performance bonus of high performance at the municipal space. The regulations will also make sure that it acts as a tool towards ensuring high performance workforce on a continuous basis. It will make sure that it encourages a learning organization. It will make sure that we add value to the competitive position of the municipality in the labor market, and it will make sure that we contribute to the realization of the employment equity targets. So that all that has happened in the municipal space, in order for us to play at the same level as in the national and provincial levels, we also make sure that local government is a career of choice, and is a career that makes sure that people are rewarded for good performance and for good work, and we make sure that the targets, equity targets, are met. We still have municipalities that have senior managers who are all male, and that has to come to an end. And we have now gone to Parliament, and we have introduced what we call the Municipal Systems Amendment Bill to make sure that municipalities will be forced to adhere to the equity targets as contained in the labor laws of this country. And we will also be looking at enabling municipality to identify the skills, competencies required to support the IDPs and cultivate high-performing employees. We will make sure also that we identify and develop the municipality's future leaders. We'll make sure that we increase employee engagement and retain key talent. There has been some sort of change management in municipalities where the workforce or the people have not been involved in participating in the change management of municipalities. This particular regulations on talent management will force municipalities to engage everyone to be responsible for whatever change management that has been done in that municipality. And we make sure that people who have been appointed at the lower echelons of a municipality are being groomed for potential leadership in a municipality. And that has not to be a dream, but is going to be regulated so that we work into it. We will also make sure that there's workforce planning, succession planning, and we'll also identify potential and talent in a municipal space. I took a long time because of the fact that the second portion that relates to talent management is key, because in municipalities that has not been practiced. And the regulations that we are going to put in place in relation to this area, we will be monitored by us at national and provincial level to make sure that we go in par with what is in the notion of a single public service. And there's going to be also mobility of staff members from a municipal space if there is any requirement for them to be in the public service, the so-called provincial and national departments, and vice versa. So in the event that there is a need for a competent senior manager at a municipal space, the DG of a particular department of COGTA can be deployed to a municipality for purposes of making sure that municipalities are performing properly. Thank you for giving me the opportunity, colleagues.
Thank you, Ntate Mohlapi-Shuphing. Thank you for sharing all of that for us. Obviously, the municipalities are waiting to welcome all these engagements and see how they then adapt their operations and the way we work at municipal level to embrace all these changes that you've shared with us. Thank you so much. I know that I indicated earlier on that this would have been our second last presentation. However, we do acknowledge that it's been a very long day, exciting anyway, but it's been a long day indeed. And we would like to thank everybody, for staying with us up until this point. What we've been able to do is that the theme that talks about evolution of talent management and organizational development would move to tomorrow's segment, and we'll start with it first thing in the morning, and we all would be up and running at 9 o'clock on the spot. So thank you to Mr. Andile Keta and Dr. Morgan Mkhatshwa for agreeing to work with us and start tomorrow morning with that particular part of the program, as it were. I'd love to thank the speakers as well today for all the pearls of wisdom that they've shared with us. And as I've indicated earlier on, it'll help us to have those conversations at a municipal level. I'd love to thank everybody who's assisted us to ensure that we manage the program. This is the first journey that we walk on a hybrid conference for SALGA. It is a big conference, and we thank everybody for their patience, their indulgence, and their encouragement and their participation throughout all of this day. I would like to then fold and thank everybody and welcome and encourage to see you tomorrow morning as we engage on other themes on talent management and resilience in local government tomorrow morning. Thank you. Have a good night.